Chapter 159. Amidst the dilapidated ground, the dilapidated research facility, and the ruined scene, Wu Yen and Ikaros are in a different world. The atmosphere is warm and cozy, it's like they're in a different world. Little did they know, Kinuhata Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were completely stunned. What the hell is going on? The three of them, including the powerless Takitsubo Riku, couldn't accept what was happening. They were screaming in their hearts. Everything that happened in front of them was enough to make a movie. Looking at Wu Yen and Ikaros, who are stuck in their own world, the three girls couldn't say a word. They forgot to resist, they forgot to run, they forgot about their own situation. They just stood there petrified. Wu Yen closed his eyes, enjoying Ikaros' soft body. He was exhilarated. One must know, Ikaros' breasts are not ordinary. Now, two sacred mountains are pressing against his chest. How can this be described with the word exhilarating? Ikaros, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Wu Yan's "I miss you too" made Ikaros completely confused. She touched her chest and mumbled. Energy furnace, so hot, so strange, so warm. After taking in 2 deep breaths of Ikaros' fragrance, Wu Yen finally let go of Ikaros. He held her hand and said, "Remember to tell me the details when we get back." Her limpid eyes looked at Wu Yen. Ikaros immediately lowered her head and clutched her chest. Suppressing the heat in her heart, she said softly, "Yes, master." Nodding, Wu Yen looked at Kinuhata Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku, who were still in a daze. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. "The three of you, your backup is here, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of saving you. Hey, you guys are super joking, right?" Kinuhata Sai-ai was going crazy. "Do you guys think we're filming a soap opera? Fighting with the enemy for half a day and then finding out they're on our side or something?" Wu Yen shook his head with a laugh. "We're on the same side but not with you guys. Are you trying to betray us? Newbie." Frenda pointed at Ikaros and shouted, "If you dare to do that, Mujino won't let you go." Ikaros didn't even look at her. She kept her gaze on Wu Yen. Wu Yen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Patting Frenda's head, Wu Yen said with a grin, "Even if there are 10 more of your Mujinos, they won't be able to touch a hair on the newbie you guys are looking at. Don't worry." Frenda turned her head away in dissatisfaction, her heart filled with disdain. Looks like she's treating Wu Yan's words like passing wind. That's right, she's already so shocked by Wu Yen, who defeated Mujino Shizuri. If a newbie in their eyes is that strong, they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. Wu Yen didn't bother to explain. Although he didn't know why Ikaros would be ranked second in item with her strength, he guessed that she must be hiding her strength on purpose. Otherwise, how could she be ranked second when there are barely any tier 8 that could match up to her? This time, we're super dead for sure. Kinuhata Sai lowered her head and said dejectedly. Their only hope of saving them turned out to be their enemy's comrade. There's nothing sadder than this. Wu Yen sighed and shrugged. "Little brat, don't think about dying so easily." Before Wu Yen could finish, Kinuhata Sai agitatedly interrupted him again. "You're the super little brat. Your whole family are super little brats." Wu Yan's mouth twitched, looking at Kinuhata Sai, who's glaring at him. "This bro is a real man, not a little brat like you." "How am I super little brat? I'm super mature, okay?" Kinuhata Sai yelled without knowing what's good for her. Looks like the word little brat is a big blow to her. Wu Yen squinted his eyes and put his face in front of Kinuhata Sai's and said without hesitation, "You look like a little brat from head to toe. You super little brat." Kinuhata Sai's face immediately turned red. Looking at Wu Yan's face that's covered by his hood, she wanted to punch him, but since she's under his control, she could only stand there and cultivate her murderous gaze. In the end, Kinuhata Sai could only raise her head and yell at Wu Yen. "I'm super not a little brat. You super uncle. Uncle. Pa." Wu Yen immediately bent forward, his whole body turned gray. He gritted his teeth and looked at the proud Kinuhata Sai. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Kinuhata Sai was shocked. "What are you super doing?" Wu Yen laughed dryly, his face twitched. "I can forgive you for hiding in the research facility and attacking me. I can forgive you for using my people to threaten me. But you actually dared to call me an uncle. Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know why flowers are so red. What do you want to super do to me? A bad premonition arose in Kinuhata Sai's heart. Even Wu Yan's words of good youth overshadowed it. There's a reason why Kinuhata Sai called him that. Wu Yan's voice has been changed by his superpower. It's very steady and has a hint of vicissitudes. It's the voice of an uncle. Of course, it's impossible for Wu Yan to admit that it's his fault. What do I want to do? Wu Yan laughed coldly. Didn't you call me uncle? Don't you know that uncle is the type who loves Lolis like you the most? The moment he said that, Kinuhata Sai already knew what Wu Yan was going to do. She quickly activated her superpower and threw a punch at Wu Yan. You super pervert! Faced with Kinuhata Sai's nitrogen armor, fist, Wu Yan ignored it and quickly took out a bag and blew it at Kinuhata Sai's face. The powder landed on Kinuhata Sai's face and was sucked into her body. Her hands trembled and her legs went soft. All the strength in her body was drained away the moment the powder entered her body. Kinuhata Sai could no longer maintain her superpower and fell into Wu Yan's arms. What's super going on? Kinuhata Sai's face turned pale. You super pervert, what did you super do to me? We also. Frenda and Takitsubo Riki were also hit by the powder and fell to the ground, moaning weakly. Wu Yan kept the bag. He was very happy. Luckily, he still had the item that he used to defeat Chuju and Mikoto. At this moment, Wu Yan even thought that he should keep a copy of it with him in the future. It'll be useful in times of need. You super pervert. Super pervert. Uncle Super. Super let go of me. Although Kinuhata Sai didn't know what kind of drug was used, she was familiar with all kinds of B-rated movies. She could already imagine what was going to happen next. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will save you. Wu Yan said the melodramatic speech of a villain before committing a crime. He smiled proudly and turned Kinuhata Sai's back to him. What do you want to super do? Kinuhata Sai's face turned pale. At this moment, she was already imagining all kinds of beep, 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 beep in her mind. What do I want to do? Isn't it obvious? You're super serious. Kinuhata Sai was already regretting. She regretted provoking this pervert. Wu Yan snorted and said, Of course it's real. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, but I will definitely punish you. Punishment. Kinuhata Sai swallowed her saliva. She did heave a sigh of relief when Wu Yan said he wouldn't do anything to her. However, more than that, she felt uneasy as she asked timidly. What punishment? Wu Yan chuckled, but the words he said made Kinuhata Sai uneasy. Chapter 160. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinuhata Sai's cute little face turned green and white. In the end, her whole face turned bright red, her mouth opened and closed but no words came out. Wu Yan looked at her with a smile and placed his hand on her stomach. Through her clothes, he slowly caressed her, letting her feel the friction. He even blew a breath beside her ear. Tell me, where should I start? No. Super no. Kinuhata Sai panicked. She wanted to shake her head but she didn't have the strength to do so. With her back facing Wu Yan, she couldn't see Wu Yan's expression so she could only squint her eyes and say. Wu Yan smiled. Since you don't want to say it, then let me decide. After saying that, a large hand started moving up Kinuhata Sai's clothes. Feeling Wu Yan's action, Kinuhata Sai's little heart started beating so fast that she forgot to react. No matter how far the distance is, as long as one knows how to walk, one day one will reach it. What's more, the distance between Kinuhata Sai's stomach and chest is so small. Thus, under Kinuhata Sai's trembling welcome, Wu Yan grabbed her soft little breast and started caressing it. Yuwa. Kinuhata Sai's face turned bright red. She has never been touched by anyone before. Even a part of her body that she rarely touches is being controlled by someone else. Kinuhata Sai's brain short-circuited. Frenda and Takitsubo Riku who were beside her buried their faces in the ground in shock. Their faces also turned fiery red. For them, the scene in front of them is too exciting. Of course, they are still a little curious. It can be seen from their small eyes that are fixated on Wu Yan and Kinuhata Sai. At this moment, Wu Yan's other hand was already on Kinuhata Sayai's seductive thighs and started caressing them. As for the hand that was caressing her small breasts, it was slowly increasing in intensity, causing Kinuhata Sayai to moan softly. While caressing, Wu Yan sighed. "You still dare to say that you're not a little girl? Look at your size, sigh. Ha! I'm not happy with you and don't touch me, huff huff." Kinuhata Sayai seems to be very resistant to the term little brat. Even though Wu Yan has taken control of one of her territories, she still blushed and panted to express her dissatisfaction. "Well, although I'm not satisfied with your size, I don't know if it's other aspects." Hearing this, Kinuhata Sayai's slightly dazed eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. But soon, she no longer has the energy to think about it. Wu Yan let go of his hand on her breasts and placed it back on Kinuhata Sayai's stomach. Then, under Kinuhata Sayai's astonished gaze, he lifted her clothes and reached inside. "Super no." "Wu." A strange moan escaped from Kinuhata Sayai's mouth after the word "super no," followed by a series of continuous moans. Both of his hands reached into Kinuhata Sayai's bosom. He opened his palms and started massaging her breasts. Kinuhata Sayai's breasts may be a bit small, but they're really nice to touch, soft and smooth. "Wu, you super pervert." Kinuhata Sayai could feel the heat from Wu Yan's hands. It went straight to her heart, causing her heart to tremble as she fell into an indescribable feeling. The moans that came out of her mouth made her face and ears turn red. She couldn't believe that she was the one who made such a sound. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, looking at the small body moving up and down along with his big hands. He whispered into Kinuhata Sayai's ear, "Oh, you don't like this feeling? Who would like it so much?" "Wu, although it's super comfortable." Kinuhata Sayai closed her eyes, because at this moment, she found it difficult to speak. "If you don't like it, then..." Pulling out one hand, Wu Yan caressed Kinuhata Sayai's thigh and moved up. "Then what about here?" "Wu, I can't do it there." Her weak resistance didn't make Wu Yan's heart soften. Instead, he pressed his hand on Kinuhata Sayai's thigh and pushed in. "Wu, super perverted." Kinuhata Sayai opened her eyes. Her eyes were watery and tender like an onion. Wu Yan laughed evilly, glanced at Frenda and Takitsubu Riku who were lying on the ground not far away. Noticing that they were sneaking glances at him, he rolled his eyes and retracted his hands. Now that the intruder has left, Kinuhata Sayai let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but there was a faint feeling of reluctance in her heart. However, as her body turned cold, all reluctance disappeared. What? Before she could react, Kinuhata Sayai's few clothes, including her underwear, were stripped clean by Wu Yan's lightning-fast hands, turning her into a little white sheep. "I knew it, you super beast, you would never let me go. Finally, you couldn't hold it in anymore. Wu, poor me, I'm about to be violated by a super lolicon." Without the strength to cover up her embarrassment, Kinuhata Sayai started crying out in a pitiful tone. Her voice was so pitiful that it made Wu Yan's lips twitch. Even his mood of appreciating her beauty diminished. With one hand on Kinuhata Sayai's thigh, Wu Yan's finger pushed in slightly. "Wu, ugh." Kinuhata Sayai's face, which was filled with misery a moment ago, turned into ripples. With a strange blush, she moaned out loud. Once she started moaning, she didn't stop. Her childish moaning sounds echoed throughout the entire space. Lian didn't hold it in, like Kinuhata Sayai said. Towards these three girls whom he met today, Wu Yan didn't shamelessly eat them up. This time, it was more of a punishment. Of course, to other people, it's already shameless to train three girls whom he just met today. One of his hands kept roaming around Kinuhata Sayai's body, sometimes touching there, sometimes touching here, while the other hand was very focused on teasing a certain spot. Kinuhata Sayai, who has never experienced such treatment before, under Wu Yan's teasing technique that he learned from Chuju and Mikoto, her whole body started to twitch. The pleasure spread from her heart to the rest of her body, making her feel intoxicated and confused at the same time. An unknown electric current kept attacking a certain door in her heart. Every time it attacked, she would feel a wave of panic. As Wu Yan's movements became bigger, the electric current in her body became stronger and stronger, and the door became weaker and weaker. Until a certain moment, Kinuhata Sai didn't know what she felt, but when she opened her eyes, they were filled with panic. Her skin started to turn pink, and a strong sense of release made her heart tremble violently. Wait, super wait. Kinuhata Sai is very afraid of this feeling. It's as if she's floating in midair without any support, unable to fly, and about to fall, causing her lips to start to tremble. Wu Yen has seen this phenomenon countless times from Mikoto. How could he not know what's going on with Kinuhata Sai? Ignoring her protests, Wu Yan's movements suddenly accelerated. Woo 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 wah. It's like a scream, yet it's also like a laugh. An incomparably contradictory sound came out from Kinuhata Sai's mouth uncontrollably. Following the sound, an incomparable joy attacked her body. Her heart fell back to its original position. Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but close her eyes. A weak muffled sound came from her mouth, as if she's recalling something. For a long time, she couldn't come back to her senses. Chapter 161. Wu Yen didn't feel the slightest bit of malice in making a 12-year-old girl look like this. Instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, this is something no one in the original work has the ability to do, right? Kinuhata Sai was still gasping for air as if she had just run around Academy City. Kinuhata Sai couldn't believe it. Normally, even if she didn't eat or drink for an entire day, she wouldn't gasp for air like this. So how could she be gasping for air like this in such a short time? However, the two of them can't be compared at all. He swam around Kinuhata Sai's petite body one more time before putting her down. He laid her down beside Frenda and Takitsubo Riku. Then he looked at them and smiled. Still haven't seen enough? Frenda and Takitsubo Riku were shocked. Takitsubo Riku quickly lowered her head while Frenda smiled embarrassedly. She could tell that Wu Yen didn't intend to make things difficult for them. Of course, she quickly changed her mind. Wu Yan's eyes scanned Frenda and Takitsubo Riku's body before pulling Takitsubo Riku into his embrace like Kinuhata Sai. Takitsubo Riku was stunned. She stared blankly at Wu Yan's face as if she didn't realize that she was in Wu Yan's embrace. Frenda was shocked when she saw what happened to Takitsubo Riku. He can't be planning to do the same to us. Wen also looked at Takitsubo Riku. He could see a trace of fatigue in her eyes. Wu Yen knew that was the side effect of consuming the body crystal on her body. Wu Yen sized up Takitsubo Riku's body. When he saw Takitsubo Riku's full breasts, he couldn't look anywhere else. Wu Yen couldn't help but exclaim, "What a big pair!" That was the truth. Takitsubo Riku shouldn't be considered old, but her pair of ample bosoms were exceptionally astonishing. At this moment, the thin sportswear wasn't enough to restrain them as they were pushed up high. Pervert! Frenda immediately gave Wu Yen this impression. However, when Wu Yen touched Kinuhata Sai earlier, she didn't give Wu Yen this impression. If Wu Yen were to find out, he would definitely suspect that there's a dark history between them. After hearing Wu Yan's words, Takitsubo Riku finally reacted. Seeing Wu Yen staring at her chest, her body shrunk. Wu Yen patted Takitsubo Riku's surprised little face and laughed. "Well, you can't be biased, you can't just love that little girl." After saying that, Wu Yen once again stretched out his sinful hands. He tried his best to open his palms and take in the pair of plump breasts that he couldn't help but feel pity for. A moan escaped from Takitsubo Riku's mouth. Her voice was soft and delicate, causing Wu Yen to sigh. As expected of an exhausted girl, even when moaning, she didn't forget to make it cute. Even though he was thinking about something, his hands didn't slow down at all. Look, he's already kneading her breasts with his fingers. A blush appeared on her cheeks, adding a bit of liveliness to Takitsubo Riku's lethargic face, making her look a bit more alluring. Under Wu Yan's movements, Takitsubo Riku seems to have decided to carry out her role as an exhausted girl to the very end. Other than her body moving up and down along with Wu Yan's movements, she didn't do anything else. Even though her eyes were covered with water, Takitsubo Riku didn't close them. Instead, she stared at Wu Yan's face, as if she wanted to see through that layer of concealment and memorize his face. Wu Yan's actions have already left a faint shadow in the heart of this girl who didn't care about anything. Takitsubo Riku's pair of plump breasts did make Wu Yen feel pity for her. Even though he didn't have this size around him, Ikaros and Astria both had bigger breasts, but he never had the chance to enjoy them. As for the two girls he pushed down, well, even though flat breasts aren't bad, they're still a little protruding and more pleasing to the touch. Thinking about it, Wu Yen grinned. Looking at Takitsubo Riku's eyes, there was a hint of heat. With a move of his hands, he took off Takitsubo Riku's clothes as well. Don't do that. Takitsubo Riku finally moved her eyes away. Her body was exposed in front of Wu Yan's eyes and she felt uncomfortable. Since her body was weak, she could only whisper shyly. Wu Yan licked his lips and said with a smile. Well, it's quite cute. Takitsubo Riku was stunned and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. This made Wu Yan puzzled. It's quite cute, didn't anyone mention it before? Little did he know, it was close to the truth. Caressing Takitsubo Riku's soft body, Wu Yan praised in his heart. Very quickly, he turned his gaze to those big white bunnies and started to knead them without any resistance. Takitsubo Riku closed her eyes. Even she couldn't help but let out a cute moan. Moving her mouth slightly, Takitsubo Riku panted and could only let Wu Yan do whatever he wanted. Looking at Takitsubo Riku's appearance, Wu Yan let out a few naughty laughs. He freed one of his hands and reached towards Takitsubo Riku's lower body. On the other side, Ikaros watched from the beginning to the end. She looked at Kinuta Sai, who was just trained by Wu Yan, and then at Takitsubo Riku, who was panting in Wu Yan's arms. She pinched her own chest. Master seems to like it a lot. After sending Takitsubo Riku to the peak, Wu Yan gently placed this nice body beside Kinuta Sai. Under her unwilling glare, he turned his gaze to Frenda. In the end, don't tell me you're planning to do the same to me. Even though Frenda already knew that she might fall into the devil's claws, when the real thing is about to happen, she still couldn't help but panic. Wu Yan didn't say anything, he just gave her a big smile. Then, amidst her screams and screams, he stripped her naked body. The result of this is, of course, a soft moan soon appeared in this space. Looking satisfyingly at the three girls who were sent to the peak by him, Wu Yan welcomed their complicated gazes with a smile and said with an "I'm a good person" tone. Well, you're finally a little more obedient. The result of this sentence was the angry glare of Kinuta Sai and Frenda. Wu Yan ignored them and took out a camera from his space ring. Hey, what are you super trying to do? Seeing Wu Yan take out a camera, the three girls didn't want to bother about where Wu Yan took it out from. Their female intuition tells them that something bad is about to happen. What can I do with a camera? Of course it's to take pictures. Sure enough, the girl's premonition came true. Kinuta Sai screamed hysterically. You super pervert. It's fine if you're done with us, but you still want to take pictures. Well, I don't have a choice. Wu Yan helplessly shrugged and raised the camera in his hand. In order to prevent you girls from spreading unnecessary information, I can only do this. Admiringly sizing up the fair and clean bodies of the three girls of different sizes, he smiled at the three panicked little faces. That's why, just accept your fate. No, shouts, accompanied by the sound of the camera, resounded together with the sound of kacha kacha. Wu Yan waved the photo in his hand as he looked at the three girls who looked like they didn't want to live anymore. Ladies, do you know how to report to your client when you return? The three girls gritted their teeth. This time, even Takitsubo Riku had the same expression. It's obvious that Wu Yan has been beeped in their hearts. The three girls nodded unwillingly. Wu Yan also nodded in satisfaction. Then, he kept the photo in his hand and walked towards the fainted Mujino Shizuri. Seeing their captain turned into a white sheep in Wu Yan's hands, followed by a series of kacha kacha, the three girls actually felt a sense of balance. Even Mujino couldn't escape being photographed. There's nothing we can do, they comforted themselves like this. Chapter 162. Academy City, School District 7, inside a windowless building, here, the greatest person of Academy City, here, the craziest person of Academy City, here, the most rational person of Academy City, here, and here, the best at peeping. Floating in the liquid that never changes, Alistair's projection screen is constantly changing the scene. Whenever the scene is projected to the lab that was destroyed last night, it would turn into a static screen. Looking at the static screen, Alistair didn't say a word. Or rather, he's not a talkative person to begin with. If there's no one here, he might just stay silent for the rest of his life. After a while, the projection screen in front of Alistair changed and the scene changed. On the screen, there are 2 small girls and 1 big girl. They are Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku. In the scene, Kinuhita Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda are hiding in a corner. Mujino Shizuri's face is filled with anger. She's constantly throwing out meltdowns from her palm, destroying everything around her. However, Mujino Shizuri didn't stop because of that. Since there was nothing left to hit, she started hitting the sky and her surroundings randomly, as if she was venting something. One could clearly see that her face was twisted in anger. Alistair quietly watched for a while. Then, the projection screen changed again and changed into a pile of reports. Clearly, there's a very eye-catching summary at the end of the report. Intruder escaped from the lab, evaded items pursuit. Whereabouts unknown, identity unknown, goal unknown. Staring at the report, Alistair's expression didn't change. He seems to be thinking about something. After a while, the screen changed again and changed into another report. The 3rd military clone in Academy City has now been stolen with 1,053 numbers. Not long ago, in the relevant institutions responsible for the recovery of the Absolute Ability User Evolution Project, there have also been many cases of the clones that have participated in the experiment being stolen. Now, the numbers of the dead clones have all been stolen. As for the stolen numbers of the clones, there are... Alistair didn't seem to want to read the rest of the report. He directly switched off the projection screen and closed his eyes. It's as if he's in a deep sleep. There's no sign of activity. After who knows how long, Alistair opened his eyes again. Following his movement, the projection screen appeared again. This time, a very new report was imprinted into his eyes. In order to ensure the Absolute Ability User Evolution Project can proceed smoothly, related researchers have decided to find the original military clone and obtain new DNA samples from it to create new military clones to participate in the experiment. As a result, the original body was unusually resistant. Not only did it say that it would never provide its DNA again, it even declared that if its DNA was forcefully obtained, the original body would withdraw from any research organization that participates in Academy City, and would even withdraw from Academy City. Inside the test tube, the liquid containing Alistair's body began to boil like boiling water. Bubbles continued to rise, completely burying Alistair's figure within. The sound of the boiling liquid resounded throughout the room. Since there's almost no sound in here, the sound of the boiling liquid is especially ear-piercing. If someone familiar with this place was here, they'd be inexplicably shocked. This is because the liquid in this test tube has never reacted violently before, let alone boiling violently like this. After a long, long time, the liquid finally calmed down. The bubbles gradually decreased and Alistair's figure slowly reappeared in the test tube. Alistair's eyes that haven't changed for the past 10,000 years slowly closed. The room once again fell into silence. On the other side, Wu Yan's home. Tell me, what did Master do last night? Why did you come back with Master? But Master said I can't tell you, Ikaro-senpai. Just tell me, I won't tell anyone. Here, tell me. But Master, Wawa. Ikaro-senpai is so sly, sneaking together with Master without telling me. You must have done something bad. What? And no, what? Ikaro-senpai. You're actually blushing. You're actually blushing. Wu Yen helplessly watched the interaction between Ikaros and Astria. He face-bombed. He couldn't bear to watch this anymore. The pure Ikaros met the equally pure but dumb Astria. He didn't expect the situation to turn into a situation of being taken advantage of. Wu Yen is speechless at this turn of events. Maybe Astria is just jealous that Ikaros can be with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep asking. She's not a bad girl, however, it's obvious Astria's question isn't going to get a response. Ikaros is an easygoing person. She's the only one who'll carry out Wu Yan's orders to the letter. Wu Yan was touched, but at the same time, he felt helpless. Of course, Wu Yan was happy to see Ikaros blushing. Ikaros is good at everything, but she's a little slow when it comes to relationships. Her current self is very similar to the Ikaros who knows how to be bashful at the end of the original work. Wu Yen feels that this is pretty good. It's best if they continue like this. Otherwise, he won't be able to let go of all kinds of things when interacting with Ikaros. As for what he can't let go of, it's a wolf's ambition. Everyone knows that, looking at Ikaros who is struggling under Astria's ferocious assault, Wu Yen really can't fathom how Ikaros can get along with the four girls in Item when she's like this. According to Ikaros, after coming to this world, when she regained her senses, she found herself standing in Item's activity area. The system gave her the same identity as Wu Yen, no parents, no friends, no boyfriend. However, compared to Wu Yen, Ikaros is also a LV4 aptitude user. Her ability is one of her equipment, Absolute Defense Circle. The system gave her a character arrangement. Ikaros is a lonely girl living in Academy City. Due to an accident, she ran into Academy City's LVL5, Meltdown Atom, Mujino Shizuri. She took a hit from Mujino Shizuri and came out unscathed. Mujino Shizuri took a fancy to her defensive ability and recruited her into Item. Due to the fact that Ikaros was a newbie, Mujino Shizuri did not put Ikaros on the item list. Only after a successful mission would Mujino Shizuri add Ikaros to the list and announce her addition to the team. And this mission is to test Ikaros's capabilities. However, Ikaros's heart was filled with her master. Even on the day of the mission, she was still searching for Wu Yan's whereabouts. In the end, she was late. That's why Wu Yen is glad. If Ikaros passed Mujino Shizuri's test and joined Item, she would definitely be noticed by the council. Being noticed by the council is the same as being noticed by Alistair. At that time, maybe Alistair would be in the mood to peek at Ikaros, only to be interrupted by the battery shield. That would be bad. Alistair is a perfectionist. He won't let a single chess piece escape his control. In the end, after a round of investigation, fortunately he had something on Item, so they wouldn't leak it out. Ikaros hadn't entered their line of sight yet, so nothing had changed. Wu Yan's plan can still be carried out. Chapter 163. Ikaros' arrival actually helped Wu Yen quite a bit. One had to know that with a glutton at home, the speed at which one could cook was no match for the speed at which the glutton ate. As a result, one had to hold the kitchen knife for as long as the glutton was hungry, while the glutton was hungry for almost 24 hours a day. Now that he has Ikaros as his helper, Wu Yan's burden has been reduced by quite a bit. Even if Ikaros isn't that proficient in cooking, he has to admit that her learning ability is quite strong. Wu Yen is glad that he has free time, but at the same time, he's starting to feel a chill in his heart. Just Astria alone is enough to torture him to this extent. What if one day he's in the mood to summon that Yuyuko from Gensokyo? This is the first time Wu Yen thought girls aren't cute anymore. Wu Yan's thoughts drifted far away, but he was pulled back to reality by the ringing of his phone. He suspiciously picked up the phone and saw the words, Mikoto, popping up on the screen. Speaking of which, this phone was bought by Mikoto for Wu Yen. Wu Yen didn't have any other money in Academy City aside from the gold he brought from the Spalier world. Compared to the pitiful Wu Yen, Mikoto, being the third LVL5 ranker in Academy City, received the biggest subsidy in Academy City. She couldn't even be bothered to count the numbers in her bank account. When she heard that Wu Yen didn't have a phone, she generously gave one to Wu Yen. This made Wu Yen, who wanted to buy one the next day, feel like he's living off a woman for the first time. Of course, there's another big reason why Wu Yen didn't really want this phone. Wu Yen looked at the pink Kita limited edition phone that kept ringing in his hand. He felt a lot of pressure. Sighing helplessly, Wu Yen picked up the phone. Hello, Mikoto. It took you so long to pick up the phone. How busy are you? Mikoto's slightly unhappy voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Wu Yen was speechless. Was he supposed to tell her that he was imagining things? Elder sister, that scumbag must be doing something shameful. Maybe he is harming some underage girl this time. Elder sister, why do you have to lower yourself and talk to that scumbag on the phone? You even want to invite him. The tender voice was filled with contempt, disdain, hatred, and jealousy. Even if he used his knees to think, Wu Yen would know who this person was. She really didn't forget to slander him all the time. Considering that there would be no end to this entanglement, Wu Yen decisively pretended not to hear. Well, what's the matter? Mikoto. On the other side of the phone, Mikoto let out an obvious humph. It wasn't clear if she was dissatisfied with Wu Yen or a certain black and white guy. She hesitated for a while before speaking in a soft voice. Are you free today? Hearing this, Wu Yen was surprised. He teased with interest. Of course I'm free. I just didn't expect Mikoto to finally take the initiative to ask me out on a date. No. Of course not. It's not a date. A certain black and white creature yelled again. Why would elder sister go on a date with a scumbag like you? Elder sister belongs to me, Kuriko. If you want to go on a date, you should go on a date with me, Kuriko. Wu Yan's expression turned awkward. He didn't know what to say. He also didn't know where Mikoto and Kuriko called him. After Kuriko revealed her preferences, the other side of the phone became noisy. Kuriko, what are you talking about? Wu Yen could already imagine that Mikoto was angry from being looked at with curiosity by the passers-by. Kuriko, I'm not talking nonsense. Elder sister will always belong to me, Kuriko. Elder sister, let's just ignore that scumbag, just me and elder sister. The strange laughter didn't only make Mikoto's hair stand on end, it also made Wu Yan's expression more and more awkward. I say, are you guys still talking to me on the phone? If this goes on, Mikoto will definitely call Kuriko back in anger. When that happens, the phone in Mikoto's hand won't survive. Thus, Wu Yen quickly cut her off. Mikoto, why did you call me? Alright. Mikoto finally remembered something important. If you're free, come to the restaurant we went to last time. Bring Astria with you. Oh, so it's not a date. Wu Yen said regretfully. He wanted to go on another thrilling date like last time, you bastard. Mikoto was probably reminded of their last date. She was a little embarrassed and angry. Bring Astria over here right now. Got it, I'll bring Ikaros over as well. You found Ikaros? Mikoto flinched, then she asked in surprise. Yep, just wait over there, she'll be there soon. Scumbag, you better fall into a stinking ditch and disappear from elder sister's sight forever. Kuriko's resentful voice sounded in front of Mikoto. Looks like her impression of Wu Yen couldn't get any worse. Kuriko! Mikoto hung up after yelling. Wu Yen looked at the phone in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. He glanced at Astria who was eating beside him and his bitter smile deepened. Academy City School District 7, a certain restaurant. Wu Yen walked into the restaurant with two angeloids with great figures. He habitually endured the passionate gazes of the passers-by. Wu Yen saw Mikoto and Kuriko the moment he entered. To Wu Yan's surprise, there wasn't only Kuriko on Mikoto's side, there was also Ueharu Kaori who he met once in 177th branch. There was also another familiar figure that he's never met before. She had shoulder-length black hair, a 5-petal white plum flower ornament on her head. She wore the same uniform as Ueharu Kaori. His first impression of her is that she's energetic and cheerful. Her figure is completely different from Ueharu's. She's the best of the four, a very cute and beautiful girl. Wu Yen recognized her at first glance. Zuitian Ruko. She's in the same grade and class as Ueharu Kaori. She's Ueharu Kaori's best friend. Her ability is LV6, Ascending Current. She's Zuitian Ruko's strongest ability. Wu Yen pulled out a series of introductions in his mind. He looked at Zuitian Ruko with a respectful and admiring gaze. After all, she has an ability that Wu Yen can't be more envious and greedy. He can't even exchange it in the system. And over here, with two super beauties following behind him, Wu Yen couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Mikoto noticed the three of them and quickly waved her hand. Mikoto's voice rang out and Kuriko immediately shot Wu Yen a sharp and resentful glare. Wu Yan's hand froze when he was about to respond to her. Ueharu Kaori looked at him with surprise and Ruko looked at him with curiosity. Oh, Sister Mikoto. I'm here. Astria's eyes lit up when she saw Mikoto. She raised one hand and put the other hand beside her mouth. She shouted happily at Mikoto. Her cute and cheerful personality was on full display. Kaori and Ruko looked at Astria and Ikaros behind Wuyen. Their eyes flashed with unconcealable surprise. Even Kuriko, who only saw Astria once, was captivated by her beauty. Mikoto was different. She was feeling awkward. If Mikoto and Astria were to stand side by side, at least 99.5 out of 100 people would think Astria is the older sister. The remaining half would be the rare species with unique eyesight. However, Mikoto and Hinajiku have been taking good care of her for a long time, so Astria decided to call them sisters. She would often call them sisters in public, causing Hinajiku and Mikoto to feel awkward. Mikoto started regretting her decision. Why did she ask Wu Yen to bring Astria along? Chapter 164. Wu Yen sat down with Ikaros and Astria. Mikoto, Kuriko, Ueharu, and Ruko all had different expressions on their faces. Wu Yen felt awkward. There are 7 people at the table, 6 beautiful girls, and he is the only male. Mikoto also felt awkward for a while before she decided to ignore it. Astria is like a little sister to her who needs to be taken care of. Her tea-colored pupils turned to Ikaros, and a flash of joy flashed through her eyes. Ikaros, I've finally found you. Where have you been all this while? Ikaros looked at Wu Yen and stuttered. I've been looking for Master, so. Asking Ikaros to lie is really too much for her. Can't help it, she can't just tell anyone about her being in the dark department. Wu Yen already talked to Ikaros about this, so she knows what to do. However, it seems like it's going to be hard for Ikaros to hide something from the public. Mikoto looked at Ikaros in shock. To be honest, she has never seen Ikaros act like this before. Ikaros probably knew that her acting wasn't that great, so she quickly turned to Wu Yen for help. Wu Yen put down his drink with a bitter smile and looked at Zhuetian Ruko. Hey, new face, you are? Zhuetian Ruko also looked at Wu Yen and greeted Wu Yen energetically. Hello. I am Zhuetian Ruko, a first-year student of Zhuetian Middle School. My ability is... There's no need to introduce my ability. Wu Yen, who is familiar with the plot, knows Zhuetian Ruko's ability is a pain in her heart. He interrupted Zhuetian Ruko's introduction of her ability. That kind of thing, it doesn't matter what you do. Wu Yen chuckled as he told Zhuetian Ruko the same thing. Zhuetian Ruko's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her beautiful big eyes stared at Wu Yan's smiling face. She was stunned and didn't react. Instead, Hazy snorted. What do you mean by, it doesn't matter? It's just because you're LV0 that you don't want to talk about it. Hearing Wu Yan's level 0, Zhuetian Ruko was stunned. Mikoto smiled bitterly. How could she not know why Wu Yan was level 0? Of course, she didn't know that Wu Yan's ability had been upgraded. In response to Kuriko's sarcasm, Wu Yan didn't bother to explain. Kuriko was currently vexed over the fact that my dear Wani-sama invited a scumbag who might be a love rival. If Wu Yan were to get involved, he would definitely give this Yuri girl, who was likely to be corrupted by Mikoto, an excuse to get rid of him. When Blackie saw that Wu Yan had no reaction, he curled his lips in boredom and put down the spearhead against Wu Yan. After all, it was not her style to take advantage of another's sore spot. Hello everyone. I'm Astria. Astria's cheerful introduction attracted everyone's attention. I'm Ikaros. The other girls expressed their curiosity towards beauties like Ikaros and Astria. After some introductions, they got to know each other. While Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu were curious about Ikaros and Astria, Wu Yan sneaked a glance at Mikoto. Mikoto, you didn't call me out just to introduce some beauties to me, right? Mikoto immediately stepped on Wu Yan's foot under the table. Wu Yan almost cried out in pain. You bastard, all you think about is that kind of thing. I really don't know what your brain is made of. Fine, what's the matter? Wu Yan rubbed his sore foot and looked at Mikoto seriously. You look like you have something on your mind, and you still want to pretend to be normal? Mikoto slightly lowered her head and bitterly smiled. Why can't I hide it from you? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and smiled proudly. Of course, what can you hide from me? Don't you know who your husband is? Who is? Mikoto blushed and rolled her eyes at Wu Yen. You better be serious. If you don't tell me what's going on, I'm not going to be serious. You. Mikoto glared at Wu Yen. This is too shameless. This person, after some hesitation, Mikoto whispered. That group of scientists came looking for me a few days ago. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes as a glint flashed in his eyes. Then, they probably came looking for you because of that absolute ability user evolution plan, right? Mikoto turned around and looked at the others. Seeing that they weren't paying attention to her and Wu Yan's conversation, she nodded and said with a bit of melancholy. Yeah, they wanted me to provide my DNA. You didn't do it, right? Even though he knew that Mikoto wouldn't give out her DNA, Wu Yen was still worried. Of course not. Mikoto's voice was unusually loud when she said this. That's right, after the incident with her sisters, how can she just casually give out her DNA? That's good. Wu Yen touched the biocontainment device on his wrist. Mikoto also looked at it. She knows that her sisters are inside. Seeing Mikoto's expression, Wu Yen smiled and comforted her. It'll be over soon, don't worry. Mikoto looked at Wu Yen and for some reason, her heart relaxed a bit. She nodded and said seriously. If necessary, I'll make a move. There's no more worry in her eyes, only determination. Wu Yen also knows that with Mikoto's personality, there's no way she'll just sit there and wait for him to save all her sisters. If that's the case, the guilt she'll feel towards her sisters will completely crush her. Maybe in her heart, even if it's just a little bit of help, she'll do it with her life. She's just that stupid. Wu Yen smiled and pondered for a bit. He then said to Mikoto, the most important thing now is the sisters' safety. There's still a lot of sisters, they can't take care of all of them. But later, when the number of sisters starts to decrease, they'll be able to focus on waiting for them. And that's when you have to make a move, Mikoto. So, let's wait a bit. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto can only nod unwillingly. At the same time, she swore to herself that she'll play a role in the future. Compared to the original where she only knows how to blindly work and shoulder all the burdens by herself, the current Mikoto is undoubtedly very happy. At least, Mikoto won't hold on to the hope of saving her sisters like she did in the original. This time, with Wu Yen, saving her sisters is no longer just a matter of hope. When the two of them were done talking about their own matters and turned around, they were stunned. The 5 girls who were chatting back and forth a moment ago were all sitting there quietly, their gazes were all on Wu Yen and Mikoto. Wu Yen and Mikoto could even see Kuriko's lowered head, her expression was dark and gloomy. Wu Yen laughed embarrassedly. Why are you all looking at us? Ruko looked at one, then looked at the other and suddenly realized something. So, Wu Yen, Senpai and Misaka Senpai are a couple. Mikoto's face instantly turned red, she shrank back, her 2 hands shook with all her might, she stuttered, No. Who's a couple with him? Wu Yen looked at her helplessly. Even if he doesn't mind her tsundere behavior, isn't it more suspicious? Sure enough, Kuriko, who is familiar with Mikoto's personality, immediately went berserk when she saw Mikoto's expression. I'm going to stuff you into the ground, you scum! Kuriko roared, her whole body emitting a strange aura. She hysterically pounced on Wu Yen. Wu Yen and Mikoto were shocked. Just as Mikoto was about to give Kuriko an electric shock, a voice suddenly came from the table in front. I say, you guys. So noisy. Chapter 165. When everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, 2 of them were stunned. One of them is Ikaros. Her petite face froze for a bit before returning to normal. The other one is Wu Yen. He isn't as calm as Ikaros. His whole face froze for a while before turning into a stunned expression. A tall girl with long brown hair, a petite girl with short brown hair, a powerless girl with short black hair, and a short girl with long blonde hair. Item, 4-man team. Mujino Shizuri. Kinuhita Sai. Takitsubu Riku. Frenda. What a coincidence, I can't believe we ran into each other like this. Wu Yen instantly covered his face with his hands, looking at the sky with a speechless expression. Although he doesn't know why he would run into these 4 girls from Item, it's obvious that they aren't here specifically for him. If she was here specifically for him, with Mujino Shizuri's personality, she would have launched an atomic meltdown at him. She wouldn't be standing there and yelling something like, "It's so noisy." And from the looks of it, Mujino Shizuri still didn't recognize his identity. But that doesn't mean no one else did. On the side, Takitsubo Riku's eyes were fixed on Wu Yen. From the looks of it, she probably recognized Wu Yan's AIM field and recognized his identity. Unbeknownst to him, Takitsubo Riku was actually shocked as well. Because, with her ability, there were actually 2 AIM intruders from that night. That's right too. One was the black-haired black-eyed boy, the other was the tea-haired girl. How is this possible? Takitsubo Riku's seemingly tired face was now covered with a layer of astonishment. One must know that the superpowers of Academy City had never been exactly the same, because the individual who created the superpowers would never be the same. Just like how there wouldn't be 2 identical people in this world, individuals' reality wouldn't be the same because everyone has their own perception, their own way of thinking. The difference in individuals' reality would lead to the difference in superpowers. Because of this, Takitsubo Riku's ability could be used to track and identify targets. However, today, the 2 identical AMIs that appeared in front of her completely messed her up. Of course, she didn't know that Wu Yan's superpower was indirectly obtained from Mikoto. It had nothing to do with personal reality. AIM is a hidden manifestation of an ability. Every ability has its own aim, and since Wu Yan and Mikoto's abilities are the same, they naturally have the same aim. As for why Wu Yan and Mikoto had the same goal, and why Takitsubo Riku would directly set her sights on Wu Yan, there was no need to explain. Putting aside the fact that Mikoto's figure is completely different from the one from that night, at least Takitsubo Riku doesn't think that the tea-haired girl would be a Yuri girl who would tease them to death. Knowing that he can't hide anymore, Wu Yan decided to be magnanimous. Looking at Takitsubo Riku, who was staring at him, he smiled at her. Takitsubo Riku was startled and quickly lowered her head. She didn't forget that the other party still has a full-body photo of her, and it's a naked one. On the other side, Mujino Shizuri, Kinohara Sai, and Frenda didn't recognize Wu Yan, but they definitely recognized Ikaros. Ikaros was once a newbie in item. How could they not recognize her? "It's you!" When Mujino Shizuri saw Ikaros, she froze for a moment before a murderous aura crept up her face. She sneered and said, "I didn't think a traitor like you would dare to appear in front of me." Mikoto and the others who were planning to apologize were all stunned. They didn't understand how things turned out like this. Only Astria stood up and shouted at Mujino Shizuri, "Hey, don't talk about Ikaros-senpai like that." Seeing how Astria dared to stand up and talk to her like that, Mujino Shizuri's face darkened. Her anger after seeing Ikaros came pouring out, and she fired an atomic meltdown at Astria. Everyone was shocked. "Careful!" Astria was shocked when she saw a beam of light coming at her. Astria narrowed her eyes, and just as she was about to block the weak beam of light, an electric bolt flashed by and hit the atomic meltdown. Atomic meltdowns collided with taser gun. A bright light burst out. After a while, the atomic meltdown and taser gun canceled each other out. To be precise, they twisted together and both disappeared. Electricity? Mujino Shizuri's reaction to the electric shock was not small. Her entire face turned incomparably gloomy. This was natural, because the rat that humiliated her was using electric ability. However, this electric bolt wasn't released by Wu Yi. Mikoto put down her hand that was surrounded by electricity and looked at Mujino Shizuri, who was also looking at her. "You attacked with the intention of killing Astria, didn't you?" Even though Mikoto's expression was normal, those who knew her well knew that this was the only time she was truly angry. Mujino Shizuri frowned when she saw that it was a girl. Even though she didn't see the intruder's face that night, from the figure, voice, and the way the intruder fought, it was obvious that it was a male. In other words, this girl wasn't the intruder from that night. Mujino Shizuri's heart flashed with unwillingness, but at the same time she let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. "Answer me." Seeing Mujino Shizuri keeping quiet, the electricity on Mikoto's body started flowing out like water from a broken dam. Soon, Mikoto's entire body was covered in electricity. LV5. Behind Mujino Shizuri, Kinuheta Sai and Frenda exclaimed. It was fine when Mikoto didn't use her ability, but once she used it, it was definitely not something a LV4 could do. What they didn't know was that Mikoto had a habit of holding back before a battle. To outsiders and even Kuriko, Mikoto used her full strength, but to Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria, Mikoto didn't use her full strength. This was only natural. After all, Mikoto was no longer the newly summoned Tier 7. Now, she's already a Tier 8. Mujino Shizuri's eyes lit up. Third railgun. Mikoto didn't say anything, but her brown eyes stared at Mujino Shizuri. She looked like she was going to start a fight at any moment. Seeing this, everyone finally reacted. Kuriko's face turned serious as she stood beside Mikoto. You, using your ability to harm others in public has violated the rules. As a member of the disciplinary committee, I have the right to arrest you. Disciplinary committee? Mujino Shizuri curled her lips in disdain. Just a small organization like you who only knows how to run around dares to say you want to arrest me? Interesting. Blackie's face darkened. What she hated the most was people looking down on her status as a conduct and discipline committee member. At this moment, she had already reached into her pocket to take out her conduct and discipline committee member armband to arrest Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri didn't even look at her. Instead, she turned to Mikoto and laughed excitedly. I didn't expect to meet you here. Third place. Just nice. I'm very unhappy that you've been sitting on my head. Today, let me see why you're ranked one place higher than me. What? Kuriko, Ruko, and Wiharu exclaimed in unison. Your fourth place, Meltdown. Mikoto was surprised by this as well. Your Meltdown. That's me. Mujino Shizuri laughed. She looked at Mikoto for a while before turning to Ikaros. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Let me deal with this traitor first, then I'll deal with you. After that, another beam of pure white light shot towards Ikaros. Chapter 166. The beam of Meltdowner illuminated everyone's stunned faces. Before anyone could react, it blasted into Ikaros' body. Ikaros! Mikoto and the rest screamed while Mujino Shizuri laughed coldly, but she quickly froze. The meltdown atoms suddenly dispersed and didn't cause any damage to Ikaros. That's because in front of Ikaros, there's a translucent blue crystal barrier erected. Mujino Shizuri narrowed her eyes. I almost forgot, you traitor's ability can block my meltdowner. Mikoto and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. Mikoto was secretly angry at herself for overreacting. As one of Wu Yan's summons, she knew Ikaros' strength better than anyone else. Ikaros is much stronger than her. It's just that she forgot that Ikaros is a much stronger existence than she is due to her concern earlier. But that didn't stop Mikoto's anger from rising. You bastard! Mikoto clenched her fists tightly, the electricity crackling all over her body could be heard. How dare you try to harm my friend in front of me? Astria's crimson red eyes stared at Mujino Shizuri. A stream of data flashed through her eyes. Mujino Shizuri, who was looking at Ikaros and Mikoto, felt a chill run down her spine. Astria is a lot stronger than Mikoto. Kuriko took out the disciplinary committee's armband from her pocket and said coldly to Mujino Shizuri, how dare you harm someone in front of the disciplinary committee? Even if you're LV5, I'll arrest you. You'll have to go through us first. Kinuheta Sai and Frenda, who were behind Mujino Shizuri, stepped forward and faced off against Kuriko and the rest. Both sides looked at each other and the atmosphere became tense. Wait a minute, why did it suddenly become like this? Ruko pulled Wiharu's hand, not knowing what to do. There's a bunch of strong aptitude users there, there's even 2 LV5s. This isn't something she can interfere with. Early Spring's expression was also uncertain. She couldn't make up her mind whether or not she should call the branch office for support. Takitsubo Riku was the only one who stood behind Mujino Shizuri and the rest like an unrelated person. Firstly, her ability was not suitable for battle. Secondly, the person who was like a demon to them was right there. At this moment, Wu Yen had already returned. That's right, he had returned. No matter how you looked at it, This meeting was very unexpected. But no matter how unexpected it wasn't suitable for others to know about it. Otherwise, Academy City would definitely be filled with news about them tomorrow. Thus, the moment Mujino Shizuri and the others appeared, he quietly got up and used the name of the Conduct and Discipline Committee to disperse the people in the dining hall. The extras didn't have much suspicion either. They didn't care if Wu Yen was a member of the disciplinary committee or not. They only knew that if there was a fight between level 5s, they would definitely be implicated. They all ran away faster than rabbits. While Wu Yen ridiculed them, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If this happened in his world, these people wouldn't even think of leaving. They would all run over to watch and cheer them on. When Wu Yen returned, the tense atmosphere dissipated a little. Mikoto retracted the electric current on her body. Mujino Shizuri, on the other hand, stared at Wu Yen without moving an inch. This is only natural. Now that the rest of the people here are all women, a man like Wu Yen standing out like this is naturally very conspicuous. Mujino Shizuri could see that the man in front of her was in cahoots with the third person. A man who appeared beside the traitor in her organization. Mujino Shizuri couldn't help but be suspicious of him. If one were to ask whom Mujino Shizuri hated the most right now, it would probably be Mikoto, the little brat who had always been ranked ahead of her. If one were to ask who she hated the most right now, it would undoubtedly be that damned rat from that night. Plus, for some reason, when Mujino Shizuri saw Wu Yan's appearance, her heart inexplicably became irritable. This caused Mujino Shizuri to look at Wu Yen with all kinds of annoyance. Of course, Wu Yen could see the hostility in Mujino Shizuri's eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yen could only roll his eyes. Forget it, who told me to have a body that attracts hatred easily, master? With Wu Yen by their side, Ikaros and Astria naturally returned to his side. When Ikaros and Astria called him master, Wu Yen knew something was wrong. As expected, Kinuhidasai and Frenda's eyes widened as they looked at Wu Yen. They raised their little fingers and pointed at Wu Yen. Their mouths opened and closed, but they couldn't squeeze out a word. This wasn't the first time they heard the term master. That night, Ikaros called the intruder who took advantage of them this way. "It's you!" Mujino Shizuri screamed. When Ikaros appeared, she was already unconscious, but she still heard Kinuhidasai and the others report the situation. Wu Yen sighed. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. However, Wu Yen quickly smiled as if nothing happened. Even though he tried his best to avoid letting others know that he was the thief who stole his sisters, he wasn't afraid even if he was exposed. "Yo, long time no see." Wu Yen greeted Mujino Shizuri in front of Mikoto and Kuriko's stunned expression. He acted as if nothing is going on and appeared very calm. "You guys know each other?" Mikoto frowned. Even though she knew that Wu Yen was stealing his sisters, she didn't know that Wu Yen had already crossed swords with Mujino Shizuri. "Even if it's someone you know, I won't show mercy." Kuriko also frowned. Before Wu Yen can say anything, Mujino Shizuri started giggling. Her giggling sound is especially sharp. "I know him. How can I not know him? I've been thinking about him these past few days." This ambiguous sentence came out of Mujino Shizuri's mouth. However, no one would think of the relationship between Wu Yen and Mujino Shizuri in that direction. Because when Mujino Shizuri said that sentence, it wasn't filled with affection or nostalgia. It was filled with hatred and killing intent. "You guys?" Seeing this situation, everyone couldn't wrap their heads around it. Even Astria looked at the two of them in confusion. The laughter stopped abruptly. A pure white ball of light suddenly appeared around Mujino Shizuri and surrounded her tall and slender body. Sizzling sounds came from within. At this moment, no one doubted the destructive power of this ball of light. It was enough to destroy the entire cafeteria. "I will never let you go berserk and hurt anyone again." Kuriko saw that Mujino Shizuri was planning to use her ability to attack someone in front of the disciplinary committee member. She immediately reached under her skirt and pinched a few steel needles between her fingers. Mujino Shizuri still didn't look at Kuriko. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. They were locked onto Wu Yen. In the next second she would launch her meltdown atom. Wu Yen glanced at Mujino Shizuri and shrugged. A few photos suddenly appeared in his hand. When they saw the photos, Mujino Shizuri, Kinohita Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku's expression changed drastically. Wu Yen casually flipped through the photos in his hand and muttered as if there was no one around. I didn't expect someone to want to kill me. What should I do? If I die, it will be a pity that no one will be able to enjoy these beautiful photos. After saying that, Wu Yen smiled and looked at Mujino Shizuri. Miss, don't you think it's a pity? Why don't you give me some time to upload these photos onto the internet before you kill me? You. Mujino Shizuri's beautiful face contorted. Looking at Wu Yen's smile, her heart was filled with hatred. On the other hand, Kinohita Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were shocked and nervous. How could they not know what's inside the picture when Wu Yen took it out at this time? If this gets out, they won't be able to face anyone anymore. Chapter 167. The tense atmosphere suddenly shifted to a strange direction when Wu Yen revealed the photo in his hand. Mujino Shizuri, who was so aggressive that she didn't even care about Kuriko and LV5 Mikoto, suddenly stopped. Her gloomy face wavered. Her companions also had a shocked look on their faces. Looking at Mujino Shizuri and the other three who didn't dare to act rashly, everyone felt that their brains weren't enough to comprehend the situation. What's going on? Ruko voiced out everyone's thoughts. Wu Yen maintained the smile on his face as he casually flipped through the photos. Mujino Shizuri, Kinohita Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku felt their hearts skip a beat. You should be more careful. If this side leak, wouldn't our reputation be completely ruined? Damned rat. Mujino Shizuri angrily stopped the activation of her ability. Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu heaved a sigh of relief when the destructive light orbs around her disappeared. After all, those light orbs were like sharp knives hanging over their heads. As long as they were hanging there, they couldn't help but be on edge. Seeing Mujino Shizuri retracting her meltdown, Wu Yen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the picture disappeared, causing Mujino Shizuri, who was planning to snatch it from him, to die in her womb. Glancing at everyone coldly, Mujino Shizuri finally fixed her eyes on Wu Yen. It was as if she wanted to imprint Wu Yen's face in her mind. Don't be happy too early. Mujino Shizuri coldly looked at Wu Yen and said coldly, even if I can't deal with you now, someone else will. Hearing this, Wu Yen's smiling face sunk and he frowned. Everyone who thought the matter was settled was also stunned. What do you mean? Mujino Shizuri grinned, but there wasn't much joy in her voice. Do you think after ruining the higher-ups' plan, they would only ask us to deal with you? Wu Yan's gaze sharpened. You know about the plan? The word plan made everyone scratch their heads, but Mikoto was shocked. After all, she herself was involved in a higher-ups plan. The only plan Wu Yen could ruin in Academy City's higher-ups is the Absolute Ability User Evolution Plan. Mikoto immediately turned her head to Mujino Shizuri's direction. While everyone else was confused by Wu Yen and Mujino Shizuri's words, only her and Ikaros knew what they were talking about. As for Astria's personality, she wasn't a reliable person. Wu's afraid that she would mess things up. That's why they didn't tell her the truth. At this moment, Mikoto was completely silent. She didn't think that the fourth-ranked meltdown atom would be related to this matter. And from the looks of it, Wu Yen already had dealings with Mujino Shizuri. And it's because of this. Combined with Mujino Shizuri's and Wu Yan's behavior, Mikoto has a pretty good idea of what's going on. Mujino Shizuri giggled happily. This time she's really happy. Although she didn't manage to resolve the grudge in her heart, but to be able to see Wu Yan's expression change, for her, it's still something to be happy about. I don't know what those self-righteous higher-ups are plotting. I only know a little about the inside story. However, the fact that they can hire us already proves how much they want this matter to be shameful. That's right, I'm not sure. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's words, Wu Yen didn't know if she's telling the truth. He just stared at her. He didn't think that Mujino Shizuri would say all this just to make him nervous. Seeing that Wu Yen didn't say anything, Mujino Shizuri stopped her meaningless laughter and shouted at Wu Yen. Since you've already interfered with their plans, then our failure will only attract more powerful enemies for you. This time, Wu Yen lowered his head and laughed bitterly in his heart. How could he not understand what Mujino Shizuri was talking about? But even if he understood, sooner or later he'll have to face those powerful enemies. What difference does it make if it's a little later? In this aspect, Wu Yen was already prepared. No matter what. Only this matter. I will never back down. At the same time this thought flashed through his mind, Wu Yan's words came out of his mouth at the same time. Everyone who heard his resolute words were stunned. Mikoto smiled. Even though the corners of her mouth only curled up a little, it was enough to express all her feelings. She silently walked to Wu Yan's side and looked at Mujino Shizuri with Wu Yen. She silently expressed her stance. Wani-sama, Misaka-senpai. Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu stared blankly at Mikoto, who suddenly walked out. No matter how brainless they were, they could still deduce a little bit of truth from Mujino Shizuri's words. Wu Yen seemed to have interfered with the plans of some unknown organization's higher-ups. Then, the fourth person was sent to deal with Wu Yen. It seems that the organization didn't intend to let Wu Yen go and sent someone to deal with Wu Yen. Mikoto, on the other hand, was planning to help Wu Yen. Mujino Shizuri was taken aback as well before she snorted coldly. Not bad at all. But, do you have the confidence to deal with the other guys and join forces with us? They still haven't cancelled their mission to us? Wu Yen laughed when he heard this. Is that so? Then I'll have to see for myself. Mujino Shizuri was shocked. Seeing Wu Yan's fearless expression, she gritted her teeth and turned her head away. I hope you'll be as confident when the time comes. Of course I'm confident, but I just need to make some preparations. Wu Yen grinned. He looked at Mujino Shizuri and said in a meaningful tone. I wonder if Miss Mujino Shizuri is willing to give us the time to prepare. Damned rat. Mujino Shizuri's face turned sinister again. But her weakness is still in the enemy's hands, she can't not obey. Not willing to give up, Mujino Shizuri glared at Wu Yen before continuing in a low voice. Don't worry, even without our intel, it's only a matter of time before they find you. What she meant was that they won't give any intel about Wu Yen to the people they sent to deal with Wu Yen. But, if those people found Wu Yen on their own, there's nothing they can do. But Wu Yen is already satisfied. He just needs some time to find Chuju and then he can focus on dealing with them. Turning around, Mujino Shizuri's back is facing him. Let's see if a rat like you is better at digging holes or if those hunting dogs with dog-like noses are better at finding people. After that, she walked past Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku and headed towards the door. Hounds with the nose of a dog. Mujino Shizuri's words caught Wu Yan's attention. Nose of a dog? Pumps? Could it be that the person they sent is? If it's really that person, then it's better to just kill him if possible. Thinking of the person who might appear, Wu Yen made up his mind without any hesitation. Just you wait. Kuriko saw that Mujino Shizuri was about to leave and wanted to stop her. But Mikoto grabbed her shoulder and shook her head. Only then did Kuriko unwillingly retreated. Kinuhata Sai glared at Wu Yen but was glared back by Wu Yen. She shrunk her head but still forced herself to straighten up. Just you wait. One day, I'll get back at you. After shouting that, Kinuhata Sai ran away without another word. Frenda looked at Mujino Shizuri and Kinuhata Sai helplessly before laughing dryly at Wu Yen and also running away. Takitsubo Riku looked at Wu Yen seriously before lowering her head and followed behind the former. Chapter 168. As the four girls walked out of the restaurant, the scene once again fell into silence. Mikoto tilted her head and looked at Wu Yen beside her. Seeing him frowning in deep thought, Mikoto thought Wu Yen was worried about the people Mujino Shizuri mentioned. She looked at him worriedly. I'm fine, just thinking about something. Don't worry. Wu Yen naturally felt Mikoto's worried gaze. He responded with a big smile to show that he's fine. Only then did Mikoto breathe a sigh of relief. Wani-sama, what's going on? Kuriko finally couldn't help but ask. Plan. Why do you need to use the word deal? Also, that scum, what organization's higher-ups did he offend? 3 questions in a row, Ruko and Ueharu had the same question in their hearts. The 3 of them looked at Wu Yen and Mikoto, hoping that they could answer their questions. Mikoto bitterly smiled and lowered her head. Kuriko, Ruko, Ueharu, I hope you don't ask, Wanisama. This time, Kuriko's voice was much louder than before. It was different from how she usually addressed Mikoto. What's the matter? Can't you say it out loud so that we can solve it together? If this scum is involved in some crime, as a member of the disciplinary committee, I won't let anything happen to him. Yeah, Misaka-senpai. Ueharu, who was usually soft and weak, stood up and said firmly to Mikoto. I believe Misaka-senpai wouldn't do anything bad. It must be those people's fault. As a member of the disciplinary committee, I'll do my best to help you guys. Aren't we all friends? If there's a problem, we should face it together. Ruko felt that compared to Kuriko and Ueharu, she wouldn't be able to help much. But if she was needed, she wouldn't refuse. Mikoto lowered her head even more. Kuriko, don't say any more, Wanima. Kuriko, who wanted to persuade Mikoto, stopped. So did Ueharu and Ruko. That's because under Mikoto's hair, there was a flash of pain in her eyes. How could it not be painful? Mikoto already felt guilty and blamed herself for what happened to her sisters. This kind girl took all the blame on herself. If it wasn't for Wu Yen, her mental state would have collapsed at any moment. Blackie, Ruizi, and Early Spring wanted to help them, but how could they? Their enemy was the chairman of Academy City. In other words, almost the entire Academy City was their enemy. Kuriko and Ueharu, who were the disciplinary committee members in Academy City, were also. Wanisama. Kuriko also went silent. Seeing the look in Mikoto's eyes, she completely understood. Perhaps, the main character of this matter was not Wu Yen, but her elder sister. Thinking up to this point, Kuriko was even more certain that Wu Yen and Mikoto were the victims. She didn't believe that her most respected and admired sister would do something that would harm others. Her elder sister's sense of justice was extraordinarily high. It's just that, from the looks of it, she didn't want them to be involved in this matter. Kuriko smiled bitterly in her heart, but she put on a smile and said to Mikoto, I know, Wanisama. Kuriko believes that Wanisama will be able to solve this problem because you are Tokuwadai's trump card, the electric princess of Tokuwadai, Misaka Mikoto, Shirai-san. Ueharu and Ruko, who didn't expect Kuriko to compromise, were stunned. Kuriko, thank you. Mikoto smiled at Kuriko. She was very touched by her understanding. Even Wu Yen, who was standing on the side, was very impressed by Kuriko. In the original work, Mikoto planned to destroy all the participating research institutes in order to stop the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project. She went out every night and only returned to the dorm in the morning, exhausted. Kuriko, who knows Mikoto well, how could she not know that Mikoto has a lot on her mind seeing her like this? She knew that since her sister didn't want to tell her about it, she must have her own reasons. That's why no matter how much she wanted to help Mikoto, she held it in. Just so that one day, Mikoto would be able to tell her the whole story herself, but Mikoto didn't, because the research institutes she destroyed were all part of Academy City. What she did, from a certain point of view, could be considered a complete crime. Kuriko, on the other hand, represents Academy City's law and order. She's the disciplinary committee member. In the original work, Mikoto asked Kuriko, if I do something that endangers Academy City, Kuriko, what will you do? In the end, Kuriko's answer was, if that's the case, then even if it's Wanisama, I will arrest you as a disciplinary committee member. So much so that Mikoto had no choice but to do things against her will every night behind the backs of the people closest to her in Academy City. Kuriko didn't know about this, but even so, she didn't disturb Mikoto. Not only did she try her best to hide the fact that Mikoto went out early at night from the dormitory supervisor, she also kept thinking of ways to make Mikoto happy. In order to make Mikoto smile, she even left School District 7 and ran to another district just to make Mikoto smile. They were both idiots from head to toe. Both of them, but Wu Yen just can't hate them. In fact, he likes them a lot. Now that he's here, things are going in a completely different direction. But The way these two think about each other hasn't changed one bit. How did this kind of relationship come to be? The previous Wu Yen didn't understand, but now he might be able to. Looking at Mikoto, then at Ikaros and Astria who never left him, Wu Yan's gaze slowly softened. In the end, what's left is a tenderness that made Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria's heart race, enough to make them engrave it in their hearts. Walking in front of Kuriko, Wu Yen raised his hand and under Kuriko's astonished gaze, he pressed down on her pink hair tied up in two ponytails. Ueharu froze, Ruko froze, Mikoto froze as well. Kuriko's expression froze for a second before she went crazy. She violently struggled, trying to break free from Wu Yan's hand. "What are you doing? Scum! Let go of your claws." Hearing that, Wu Yan didn't let go. Instead, he pressed down harder on Kuriko's head and rubbed it. He looked at Kuriko's fiery eyes and smiled. He spoke with a firm and gentle tone. "Don't worry. I will definitely return you a complete one-sama." Kuriko froze. Wu Yen patted her head and reached out his hand to Kuriko. "We made a promise." A pair of pink eyes stared straight at Wu Yan's smiling face. Kuriko suddenly felt a strong sense of bitterness in her heart. She didn't expect that in the end, the one who understood her the most would be this guy who she had always viewed as an enemy. Seeing Wu Yan's hand in front of her, Kuriko hesitantly stared at it. When she realized what she was doing, she quickly moved her hand away, then reluctantly moved it back. After a long while, Blackie slowly reached out and held the hand that was in front of her. "If you dare to go back on your words, I will definitely stuff you into the ground." Wu Yen, who heard Kuriko's last sentence no less than 10 times, laughed, because this time, it's different. "Ah, definitely." The two of them held each other's hands tightly, and the people around them bore witness to this promise. Mikoto's nose twitched. She resisted the urge to cry. She looked at her best friend and lover of life. At this moment, the worry for the future in her heart faded a lot. Wu Yen glanced at the crowd and he grinned. "Don't worry. Everything will be fine." Chapter 169. Academy City, School District 7, Disciplinary Committee Activity Branch 177. Ueharu is sitting in front of a computer, typing something on the keyboard. Wu Yen, Ikaros, Astria, Mikoto, Ruko, and Kuriko are standing behind her, staring at the computer screen. "Got it." At a certain moment, Early Spring finally shouted. Following that, everyone's faces moved closer to the screen. Ueharu looked at the profile on the computer screen. When she saw the picture, she was stunned. Kuriko and Ruko were the same. "What a beautiful person." The three of them couldn't help but blurt out. Kuriko then looked at Wu Yen with disdain and suspicion. "Are you sure the person you asked Ueharu to find is your friend and not your next hunting target?" Wu Yen laughed awkwardly, speechless. "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like beating someone up." Mikoto also laughed awkwardly. She was complaining in her mind. "Why hunt? There's nothing left. Why hunt?" Ueharu didn't know how to react. She could only read out the information on the computer screen. Gue Chuju, ability level 0, resident of School District 13, occupation, police officer. Ueharu, Ruko, and Kuriko all cried out in surprise. Even Wu Yen and Mikoto were shocked when they heard Chuju is a police officer of Academy City. Could this be a mistake? Blackie put his face in front of the computer screen to confirm that there were no mistakes, but he still doubtfully said, "That's impossible. The security guards are all teachers of Academy City who volunteered to join. Could this beautiful girl called Gue Zinaju be a teacher?" To be precise, she's an intern teacher. Ueharu tapped on the keyboard. Chuju's information on the computer screen became more detailed. According to the information, Gue Zinaju is 15 years old this year. She completed her university studies and became an intern teacher in a school. She has a strong sense of justice. Although she's only LV0, she's quite good at swordsmanship. She once defeated a LV4 Almighty with her own strength. She was invited by the police and became the youngest and best police officer in the entire Academy City. Hearing this, everyone was in disbelief. Tears looked at Hinajiku's photo with admiration. "Amazing, she's so good in all aspects." as expected of Chuju. Mikoto also exclaimed, of course, she's good in all aspects. Wani-sama's acquaintances are all amazing people. Kuriko looked at Mikoto meaningfully before turning to Ikaros and said, no matter if it's this person here who can withstand a single attack from the fourth person of Academy City. Then she looked at the computer screen. Of course. Or the youngest and best police officer in Academy City. Then she looked at Astria, her mouth twitched a few times. And then there's this super big eater that Kuriko might only see once in her life. Finally, she looked at the calm Wu Yen with a dangerous glint in her eyes. And then there's this scum with a lot of bad records. I saw him flirting with underage girls the moment I met him. And most importantly, Kuriko teleported in front of Mikoto. She leaned her face closer to Mikoto and said in a weird tone. As Wani-sama's side attendant and roommate, Kuriko never knew Wani-sama knew so many people. From the moment Kuriko started talking, Mikoto realized that something was wrong. Her entire face was covered in sweat. She forced a smile and forced herself to put on a strong front. How long have you known me? It's only been a year, how could you know so much about me? Even Wu Yen couldn't find any fault with Mikoto's excuse, but Kuriko's reaction was unusually agitated. Susu. Even if Kuriko only knew Wani-sama for a year, it's more than thousands of years. There's nothing Wani-sama that Kuriko doesn't know. Even what kind of underwear Wani-sama is wearing today, Kuriko knows. Bam! Mikoto blasted Kuriko to the floor with a punch. Her face flushed red and she shouted angrily. Who told you to know all this? Hee. These two really are comic stars and crosstalk material? Wu Yan's mouth twitched and he laughed dryly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mikoto looked over with an angry glare. Everyone was shocked and they quickly turned their heads back to the computer screen. Master, we found Chujutne-san. Do you want to go pick her up? Astria tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve and asked with an expectant look. Speaking of which, it's been a while since she last saw Hinajuku. She really missed her. Wu Yan smiled. Of course, let's go find her now. I'll go with you guys. Mikoto quickly said and walked over to Wu Yan's side. Ueharu, Ruko, and Kuriko also said they wanted to go with them. Wu Yan helplessly said. Then let's all go together. Academy City, School District 13, in front of a school gate. This is Chuju's school? Mikoto looked at the school. Her first impression was that she didn't have any impression of it. Indeed, compared to Tokuwadai's school, this school in front of her paled in comparison. This is the place. Ueharu pointed at the small notebook in her hand and said with certainty. I'll go ask the guard. With the identity of a disciplinary committee member, it'll be easier to get the information I want. Kuriko said to everyone and then disappeared in a flash. Do you need to use your ability for such a short distance? Wu Yen was speechless. After a while, Kuriko came back. Got it. That probationary teacher, Gue Daiju, is teaching in this school. Is she inside now? Wu Yen asked impatiently. To be honest, he also missed Chuju. Kuriko's face turned serious when she heard Wu Yan's question. According to the guard, Gue Chuju, senpai left in a hurry not long ago for some unknown reason. Although Kuriko, as a student, should call Hinajuku-sensei out of politeness, but because Hinajuku was her Wani-sama's friend, and they were around the same age, it would be weird to call her sensei, so she called her sensei. Of course, Wu Yen and the rest didn't think that much. They only cared about the information from Kuriko. Left in a hurry? Wu Yen frowned. Could something have happened? Mikoto asked worriedly. Maybe it's because of the guard's job. Ruko saw Wu Yen and Mikoto's worried faces and softly comforted them, but her words woke them up from their dreams. Wu Yen and Mikoto looked at each other and said to Ueharu, Ueharu, can you find out what happened around here? Something that requires the dispatch of guards. There's nothing I can do about that. Ueharu said with a troubled expression. If there's something happening around here and we need to check it out, we can only use the surveillance cameras in the school district, but... Ueharu raised the small notebook in her hand and said, we don't have enough equipment on hand right now. Also, this isn't the school district we're in charge of. If we're caught using the surveillance cameras, we'll be charged with a crime. Is that so? Everyone went silent with a helpless expression. Only Astria raised her head and pointed at her chin. Then wouldn't it be fine if we don't get caught? How can we do that? Kuriko immediately objected. Let's not talk about the fact that we would commit a crime just to find someone. Even if it's Ueharu, it's not that easy to use the surveillance cameras to conceal her whereabouts. Astria wasn't convinced by Ueharu's words. Instead, she laughed proudly. Humph, I knew it. Someone could easily do something like this. Ha! Kuriko and Ruko had a look of disbelief. They knew Ueharu's abilities the best, only Wu Yen and Mikoto knew better. Right? Ikaro-senpai. Chapter 170. While Wu Yen, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu were busy dealing with Chuju's situation, Chuju was in big trouble. What is that? Hinajuku was wearing a police officer's protective suit. Her delicate body was wrapped in a bulletproof vest. Other than her head, her entire body was armed to the teeth. Holding a submachine gun in her hand, she looked like a female member of the Flying Tigers. Of course, this was all her disguise. She only wore this equipment to deceive others. Her true strength lay in her strength of the seventh step. When she first came to this world, she was a bit overwhelmed by her sudden identity as a sensei and a guard. But later on, with her superior strength and the decent academic results she acquired in Hakuo Academy, she managed to cope even without Wu Yen and Ko by her side. Originally, Hinajuku planned to disguise herself as a resident of Academy City while looking for Wu Yen and company. Or maybe wait for Wu Yen and Ko to come looking for her. Then, from time to time, she would play the role of a security guard and help out. Today, as usual, Hinajuku was preparing for her lessons at school. But who would have thought that halfway through her preparation, she would receive an emergency call from her superior as a police officer. She hurriedly put on the equipment that she was already used to and rushed to the scene. However, the scene that appeared in front of her made her completely unable to react. Her colleagues that she used to work well with were all standing in front of her and they fainted. That's right, they fainted standing there. Their eyes were rolled back and they stood there like ghosts. Behind them, there was a thin thread. The thread passed through the back of their heads and extended into the distance. It was connected to something that looked very strange, brain. A brain that was kept in a liquid culture tank. What the hell is going on? Hinajuku took 2 steps back and looked at her colleagues who were acting strangely. She was a little confused. What the hell is that? As if reacting to Chuju's arrival, the police officers who were quietly standing there suddenly turned their heads stiffly. They looked at Chuju with their empty white eye sockets. Chuju felt goosebumps all over her body. Hey you guys, are you guys okay? Chuju shouted at her colleagues, trying to get them to return to their original state. But Chuju was destined to be disappointed. Not only did the police officers not return to their original state, they turned in a circle in the air like puppets. Their hands and legs twisted unnaturally. Then they all pounced on Chuju. Chuju was shocked. She reflexively raised the submachine gun in her hand. But when she remembered that these people were her colleagues, she quickly put down the gun. At this moment, the police officers were already in front of Chuju. Looking at one of her former colleagues opening his mouth wide and viciously biting her neck, Hinajuku finally reacted and dodged the attack with a sidestep. She reached out a hand and pressed the other party's head to the ground. Chuju shouted at him, "Hey!" Before she could finish, the others had already pounced on her. They raised their fists, raised their legs, and attacked Chuju in all kinds of ways. As a level 7 powerhouse, Chuju was comparable to a level 5. How could she be attacked by these guys who were not even level 3? But considering that they were colleagues, Chuju could not attack back. She could only retreat helplessly. What the hell is going on? Chuju dodged their attacks as her mind raced. She knew very well that these colleagues were not doing this willingly. Could it be that thing? Hinajuku quickly looked into the distance, at the brain in the culture tank. After all, it was impossible for these guards to do anything to her. It was obvious that they were being manipulated. On the brain, there were countless thin threads connected to the back of the police officers' heads. Chuju only needed to think for a moment to understand. Then if I destroy these threads. Chuju looked at the threads connected to the back of her colleagues' heads and made up her mind. Yo, this beautiful and capable lady, you better not destroy these threads. If you don't want your colleagues' brains to be fried. A sudden voice stunned Chuju. At the same time, she stopped attacking the threads and dodged the attacks of her colleagues who were being controlled. After stabilizing herself, Chuju immediately looked at the source of the voice. She saw a sloppy young man in a white coat standing beside the brain in the culture tank. He looked at Chuju with a pair of evil eyes and a smile that made Chuju frown. Seeing Chuju looking over, the sloppy young man raised his hands and clapped as if to praise Chuju. You are really impressive. You can still dodge and attack so leisurely when facing the attacks of so many colleagues. Looks like you are the young police officer who has been in the limelight recently. Who are you? Hinajuku stared at the sloppy young man, then looked at her colleague. What happened to them? Hearing this, the sloppy young man put down his hands and laughed. You can call me Gakuo. As for what happened to them? The sloppy young man named Gakuo looked around at the police officers who were being controlled and said, Don't worry, young and beautiful police officer, they will be fine. Will be fine? Hearing Gakuo's words, Chuju was so angry that she laughed. Just find someone and see if they will think that they will be fine. Oh, what a scary expression. Gakuo patted his chest pretentiously, then smiled and said, Don't worry, Miss Police Officer. I just want to use their bodies to see how effective my invention is. Chuju's face darkened. She stared at Gakuo with her yellow-green eyes, full of anger. Although they had not known each other for a long time, these colleagues were still good friends with her. Now, they were being used as test subjects by an unknown person. How could Chuju not be angry? Looking at the reactions of your colleagues, it seems that my invention is quite effective. Gakuo acted as if he did not see Chuju's expression. He looked at the brain beside him, his sloppy eyes filled with passion. Gakuo laughed and held the culture tank with both hands. He laughed loudly and said, This is great. This is great. This kind of invention will definitely make that annoying family member show a good expression. Hearing this, Chuju caught on to some words and frowned. Annoying family? That's right. That annoying family. Gakuo abruptly turned to Hinajuku and hatefully said, They think they're the best scientists in the entire Academy City, not putting other people's inventions in their eyes. All of them are like that, casually trampling on other people's inventions. Don't you think they're so annoying? Chuju looked at Gakuo, who had suddenly sunk into some kind of hatred, and said, I don't care what grudges you have with that so-called family. I just want to know how to make them return to normal. Seeing that Chuju did not want to listen to him, Gakuo clicked his tongue and looked at the brain. His gaze was as passionate as ever, as if he was looking at his most precious treasure. If you want them to return to normal, you just need to do it here. Gakuo said casually and pointed at a remote control device at the corner of the culture tank. Just enter the command and it will be done. How is it? Isn't it an excellent invention? The last sentence sounded like he was showing off to Chuju, but Chuju was not in the mood to listen. Then quickly return them to normal. It doesn't matter. My observation is almost done anyway, Gakuo said. Suddenly, he looked at Chuju with an evil smile. However, I still want to see how you, the most outstanding and youngest police officer, will react under the control of my invention. Chapter 171. However, I still want to see how you, the most outstanding and youngest police officer, will react under the control of my invention. Hearing Gakuo's words, Chuju's eyes turned cold. She threw away the submachine gun in her hand and stood up. Looks like the negotiation is off the table. Chuju looked at Gakuo and said. At the same time, she looked at the culture tank beside Gakuo. Oh, looks like Miss Police Officer wants to try my invention yourself. Gakuo laughed evilly. Although I haven't used it to control an aptitude user, in theory, my invention can even control a level 5 aptitude user with super computing power. Chuju was silent. She stared at the culture tank. She had made up her mind. She will rush over and knock down the tasteless guy. Then she will figure out how to restore the police officers. Perhaps he saw through Chuju's plan. Gakuo took 2 steps back and came to the control panel of the culture tank. After Miss Police Officer has tried my invention, I will use it to control those aptitude users. Starting from level 1, then level 2, then level 3, level 4, and finally level 5 aptitude users. Gakuo laughed out loud as if he had seen his invention successfully controlling everyone. In the end, I will use my invention to control those who trampled on my dignity. Then, I will tell everyone that I, Gakuo, am the best scientist in Academy City. By the end of his speech, Gakuo seemed to have lost his mind. He pressed his hand on the control panel, and with some unknown method, a large number of silk threads grew out from the brain in the culture tank. The silk threads penetrated through the culture tank that separated the liquid from the air and shot towards the daisy. So fast. Hinagiku was slightly shocked. The speed of these threads was too fast. It was not something that could be seen with the naked eye. Of course, as a Tier 7 powerhouse, Chuju could still see the movement of the silk thread. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the silk thread shot at the ground where Chuju was just standing. Before Chuju could breathe a sigh of relief, those silk threads suddenly turned and shot towards Chuju, causing Chuju's pupils to shrink and condense. She clenched her hand, and a cherry blossom that came out of nowhere rolled into her palm and transformed into a crystal sword. White cherry. White cherry had already evolved into a rare armament. Seeing the scene of Chuju transforming into white cherry, Gakuo was stunned and said in surprise, "A metahuman? That's not right." Gakuo looked at the white cherry blossom in Chuju's hand and frowned. "I've never heard that this young guard has any ability." After giving it some thought, Gakuo shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. That's good too. Although it's not in line with the plan, it's not bad to try out the effects of using the remote brain to control metahumans. Chuju stared at the silk threads that were shooting towards her. The white cherry blossom in her hand turned into an arc and slashed towards those silk threads. With a swing, the silk threads were cut off. Before Chuju could rejoice, new silk threads came in and continued to shoot towards Chuju. Seeing this, Chuju raised the white cherry blossom in her hand again. Suddenly, a few figures appeared beside Chuju and charged towards Chuju, who was about to swing her sword at the silk threads. They were the controlled guards. Moving her feet, Hinagiku gave up on the action of slashing the silk thread. Instead, she jumped and landed on top of the officer's head. She adjusted her position in the air and landed not far away from the officer. Very quickly, the controlled guards charged towards Hinagiku again. Chuju gritted her teeth and apologized silently. Instead of retreating, she charged towards the attacking guards. Without using the white cherry blossom, she reached out her hand and dislocated their joints. Waving her hand, Chuju continued to dislocate the joints of the guards and put them all on the ground. There was no other way. They were unconscious in the first place. It was impossible to knock them out. This was the only way to prevent them from moving again. After Hinagiku had taken down all the guards, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, the relaxed Hinagiku's line of sight was soon filled with threads. Chuju was shocked. She raised the white cherry blossom and cut off all the silk threads. However, one of the silk threads came from behind and attacked her. It was aimed at the back of Chuju's head. Seeing this, Gakuo, who was far away, had a victorious smile on his face. Just as Hinagiku was about to be attacked, a petite figure with 2 pink ponytails swaying came to the stunned Hinagiku. Her small hand touched Hinagiku's body and the two of them disappeared together. Hinagiku only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and when she regained her vision, several familiar figures were already standing beside her. Mikoto, Karos, Estrella. One by one, familiar faces appeared in front of Hinagiku. Although she didn't know why they suddenly appeared, Hinagiku still cried out in joy. Chuju! Mikoto grinned at Hinagiku. That's to be expected. Ever since she was summoned, Hinagiku and Wu Yen were the only ones who stayed by her side. Among these people, the one who is closest to Chuju is definitely not Wu Yen but Mikoto. Mikoto! Chuju hugged Mikoto in surprise. She was very happy. After all, ever since she came to Academy City, she has been looking for her companions. How could she not be happy? Who are you people? In the distance, Gakuo saw that his plan failed and his face turned gloomy. He looked at Wu Yen and the others with hostility. Everyone heard him and looked at Gakuo. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. When he appeared, Chuju was attacked. What happened before wasn't very clear. But the culprit behind the attack on Hinajuku, there's no need to look for it. His figure flashed and turned into a straight line of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Gakuo. Gakuo's face that was unhappy with Wu Yen and the others for ruining his good thing froze. Raising his fist, Wu Yen punched Gakuo in the face. Gakuo's nose started bleeding. Wu Yen grabbed Gakuo's collar and pulled him back before he could fly away. Then he punched Gakuo in the stomach. Ah! Gakuo shrieked in pain after the two punches. By the time he reacted, he felt a sharp pain coming from his stomach. His nose also felt sour and sweet. All sorts of feelings welled up inside of him. After being punched twice by Wu Yen, Gakuo went limp. When Wu Yen let go of his collar, Gakuo fell to the ground and turned into a shrimp. Clapping his hands, Wu Yen kicked Gakuo on the ground. These two punches are the price for bullying Chuju. At this time, Chuju, Mikoto, and the others in the distance reacted and quickly ran towards Wu Yen. Chuju was the fastest one. If there was one person she missed the most in Academy City, it would be Wu Yen. After all, Chuju's heart was already on Wu Yen. How could she not miss Wu Yen? Although she was a tsundere and didn't want to show how much she missed Wu Yen, Chuju inadvertently showed her inner joy when she saw Wu Yen and how she stood up for her. Of course, this joy was deeply hidden by Chuju when she ran in front of Wu Yen. Where have you all been all this time? Chuju deliberately looked at Wu Yen with a dissatisfied face. She blamed Wu Yen for everyone's separation. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. We've been looking for you, okay? And you say you've been looking for me? Chuju snorted coldly. She looked at Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria. I was the last one. If I told you that finding Ikaros and Astria was an accident, would you believe me? Wu Yen smiled embarrassedly and said to Chuju, I don't believe you. Chuju said. Chapter 172. A reunion is always a joyous occasion. Although Wu Yen always has a bitter smile on his face, he's actually happy to be able to see Hinajuku again. Everyone got caught up in the atmosphere of reunion and introductions. For a moment, they forgot that there's still a person lying on the ground crying out in pain. After the initial introductions, Chuju became familiar with Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu. Kuriko, and Ueharu were very friendly towards Chuju because they noticed that the most outstanding and youngest officer in the school had the same personality as Mikoto, especially Ruko. Chuju was pretty and easy to get along with. Not only did she become a teacher at such a young age, she was also a police officer. Most importantly, she was a LV0 just like her. Ruko instantly became Chuju's fan. Oh right, how did you guys end up here? Chuju looked at Wu Yan's group in confusion. She already knew that Wu Yan's group was in the faraway School District 7. She didn't know why they suddenly came to School District 13 and even saved her from carelessness. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ueharu and Ikaros and explained to Hinajuku. Hinajuku finally realized that Ueharu in front of her was an amazing internet expert. Amazing! Ueharu! Chuju didn't hold back her compliments. Ueharu blushed and lowered her head, looking embarrassed. It's nothing. Actually, Ikaros-senpai is the one who's really amazing. Ueharu looked at Ikaros, who was standing beside Wu Yen, with a look of admiration. Using a small portable laptop, she was able to hide from everyone and mobilize all the surveillance cameras in School District 13. That's incredible! That's right, the reason why they found Chuju was because of Ikaros. Speaking of which, Ikaros has great computing skills. For someone like Ikaros who came from Synapse who invented all kinds of weird things, this level of computing is nothing but child's play. In this domain, in the world of things that fell from the sky, other than Nymph, who wasn't good at fighting and specialized in dealing with electrons, Ikaros was the strongest. As for Astrea, forget it, she's better off not falling down when walking and choking when eating rather than relying on her to operate a computer. Hinagiku, of course, knew about Ikaros' background. Hearing Wiharu's words, she patted Wiharu's shoulder and said under Wiharu's confused gaze, "Wiharu, it's better if you don't compare yourself to Ikaros. It's unfair to you." Weichin nodded as if she understood, hiding the question marks on her head in her heart. "What's up with this guy?" Wu Yen asked Chuju as he kicked Gakuo, who couldn't get up from the ground. With Hinagiku's explanation, everyone finally understood what this Gakuo guy on the ground did. Especially Mikoto. Looking at Gakuo lying on the ground, her eyes were filled with unconcealable disgust. She was caught in a human cloning project, and her DNA was turned into an experimental subject. Facing a scientist like Gakuo who didn't care about other people and casually played with other people's bodies, Mikoto couldn't hate him more. "So you're saying this disgusting thing is the culprit controlling the police officers?" Blackie walked around the culture tank and looked at the disgusting brain inside. He furrowed his brows. "Wiharu, do you have a way to restore the police officers?" "I'll give it a try." Wiharu didn't seem to have much confidence. That's to be expected since her strength lies in the internet. She didn't have much confidence in this kind of control device. Chuju thanked Wiharu and glanced at Wu Yen. Seeing Wu Yen staring at the brain in a daze, she nudged him in dissatisfaction. Wu Yen didn't react at all. He was stunned by the system notification that suddenly rang in his mind. Beep. Detected special item, control brain. According to the system, this item can be used to unlock the mysterious crystal on the user's body. User is advised to retrieve this item. It's because of this notification that Wu Yen stared blankly at the unsightly human brain. He couldn't react at all. Mysterious crystal. This is the crystal that he got from the world of Butler Whirlwind. If it wasn't for this notification, Wu Yen would have forgotten about it. He still remembered that Yi Cheng's mother had once said that a very powerful demon was sealed within this mysterious crystal. Now that the system told Wu Yen that the brain in front of him could be used to unlock the mysterious crystal, Wu Yen was of course stunned. Could it be that this monster would become his fighter after it was unsealed? Wu Yen couldn't stay calm anymore. Seeing that Wiharu was about to approach the control brain, Wu Yen couldn't stay calm anymore and quickly called out, "Wait, Wiharu." Wiharu stopped in her tracks and she looked at Wu Yen in confusion. "What's wrong, Senior Wu Yen?" The others also looked at Wu Yen in confusion. They didn't think that Wu Yen didn't want to save the people. Wu Yan's face stiffened as well. Seeing that Wiharu was about to approach the brain, he called out without thinking. He really didn't mean anything else. "It's nothing, you can continue." Wu Yen could only laugh awkwardly. The girls rolled their eyes at him. Mikoto and Chuju thought that Wu Yen was being naughty again. One had to admit that Chu-chun was quite good at manipulating machines. Soon enough, the wires connected to the officers were retracted. Chuju let out a sigh of relief and quickly ran up to them. She couldn't help it, the guard's joints were still dislocated. Wu Yen touched the control brain culture tank and put it into his infinite space ring. He didn't even ask for the others' opinion. Kuriko, Wiharu and Ruko were shocked. "What are you doing with that? What's going on?" Gakuo, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, was so excited when he saw the control brain disappear. He ignored the pain and screamed loudly, "Where's my invention? Where did you put my invention?" Gakuo looked at Wu Yen in a crazed manner. He reached out his hand and he wanted to strangle Wu Yen. Wu Yen frowned and kicked Gakuo to the ground. "Do you think you can still protect your so-called invention when you're in jail?" Gakuo looked at Wu Yen with a twisted face. After a while, he bit his lip and punched the ground. Damn it. Damn it. Originally, I wanted to give that despicable Kihara a show of strength. Damn it. Kihara. As the saying goes, the speaker doesn't mean much but the listener does. Kihara is a surname that represents a big deal in Academy City. Everyone would pay attention to it, let alone Wu Yen. "You just said Kihara, right? Right. Wu Yen pulled Gakuo up and grabbed him by the collar. That's right. That's him. Gakuo shouted at Wu Yen. Perhaps he was hit by the fact that he couldn't take revenge on Kihara. That's the guy. The guy who looked down on my invention. Wu Yen dodged Gakuo's spit and looked at him with a frown. Kihara, which Kihara are you talking about? Who else could it be? It's Kihara Amida. Gakuo's tone was full of resentment when he mentioned that name. Even if I remember my own name wrongly, I won't forget his name. Wu Yen let go of his hand and let Gakuo kneel on the ground. He looked at him silently. The girls also realized something and looked at Gakuo. That guy who hides his head but shows his tail. I don't know what's wrong with him recently. He's been leading a group of people everywhere to look for something. Hearing this, Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and confirmed his guess. Last time, Mujino Shizuri said that another person was sent to deal with him. It must be Kihara Amida. He's with his hound unit. He ruined Alistair's plan. This unit belongs to him and is directly under his command. How could it not be dispatched? Chapter 173. Academy City, School District 13, Wu Yen stood on the side with Mikoto and Ruko beside him. Ikaros and Astria stood behind him. The three of them watched as Gakuo entered the transport vehicle. Kuriko and Uehara were talking to some of the officers, and so was Hinajuku. However, compared to Kuriko's quiet conversation, Hinajuku's side seemed to be having a heated discussion. It was mainly because the officers seemed to have heard something from Hinajuku, and they were all very excited. Wu Yen looked at them and didn't say anything. He could guess the general situation, so he didn't need to pay attention to it. He didn't have the mood to do so anyway. His heart was filled with helplessness. He thought the control brain was the key to unsealing the mysterious crystal. But, just as he was about to figure out how to unseal the crystal, the system sent him another message. The control brain is only a part of unlocking the mysterious crystal. Happy for nothing. Truly happy for nothing. Wu Yen sighed helplessly and put this matter aside. No matter what, the most important thing right now is to save his sisters. He'll look into the mysterious crystal later. At this time, Kuriko and Uehara came back. They were chatting with Mikoto, and Chuju seemed to have made up her mind. The police officers looked helpless. By the time Hinajuku returned, she had already taken off her equipment. Instead, she was wearing a yellow dress and a white jacket. Most of the guards had already left. You're done. Looking at Hinajuku, who was walking back, Wu Yen said with a smile. At this point, they are the only ones left at the scene. Chuju nodded nonchalantly. She looked at Mikoto and Wu Yen. What do we do next? Wu Yen understood what Chuju meant. She wants to help Mikoto save her sisters. What does she have to do? Let's go back first. Where are we going? Hinajuku asked curiously. Wu Yen didn't even think before answering. Of course, to my house. Your home. Hinajuku was stunned, and her face started to redden. Who wants to go to your house? I want to go to Mikoto's house. She grabbed Mikoto's hand. She wanted to use Mikoto as a safe haven. Unfortunately, Mikoto betrayed her without hesitation. Well, I live in a dormitory. I can't let outsiders live there, Mikoto said after holding back for a long time. This sentence stunned Chuju. Okay, let's go home. Wu Yen grabbed Hinajuku's hand and led her outside. He can't help it. At this rate, even if Hinajuku doesn't end up at Mikoto's place, she will end up at Uehara or Ruko's place. Wait. Chuju said in a panic. She knew what would happen if she moved into Wu Yan's house. But she couldn't do anything about it. Ruko and Wiko stared blankly at Chuju being dragged away. Kuriko looked like she saw a new continent. She yelled at Mikoto. Wani-sama. That scum finally showed his true colors. Mikoto laughed dryly. What else can she say? She could only bury the slight envy in her heart. She shook her head and followed Kuriko and the others. Academy City, School District 7. At the same time, Wu Yen, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria were sitting in a circle. They were looking at a bottle in the middle of them with a serious expression. The bottle was filled with a golden liquid. Super Pow's group of 4 already went back to their dorms. After all, it's the end of school, so students are forbidden from going out. Wu Yen shook his head in frustration. He looked at Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria and bitterly smiled. Actually, I can do it alone. Hinajiku squinted her eyes at Wu Yen until he turned his head away in an unnatural manner before she snorted a couple of times. Don't treat me like a kid, Wu Yen complained in his mind. A 15-year-old like you is just a kid to a 20-year-old like me. While he's complaining about this, he seems to have forgotten that he's already pushed down this kid in front of him. No matter how much Wu Yen complained, Chuju didn't plan to leave Wu Yen alone. Ikaros and Astria, well, from their expressions, Wu Yen knew they didn't plan to leave either. I don't care anymore. Just don't regret it. Wu Yen lowered his head dejectedly. He ignored Chuju and Astria's victorious expression and touched his space ring. Wu Yen took out some items from the SPC ring. Hinajiku and Astria covered their mouths in disbelief. Damn it. This is unforgivable. Chuju gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with anger. Ikaros and Astria stared at the thing on the floor in silence. Tense, blood. That's the only way to describe what Wu Yen took out. Even though Wu Yen has seen it countless times, he couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Especially when he saw the face that looked exactly like Mikoto. Wu Yan's heart was filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. Even though he knew Accelerator would be cleared of his crimes, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel angry. If he could, Wu Yen really wanted to kill Accelerator. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yen neatly arranged his dead sister's body parts on the floor. Then he picked up the genetic life serum and poured some on her body. The golden liquid seeped into his sister's body like water. Then, under the gaze of Wu Yen, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria, it slowly melted into her body. When the last drop of liquid entered her body suddenly turned into a ball of light. The light on the ground constantly twisted, disintegrated, integrated, and finally molded. After a short while, a familiar figure was formed. When the light faded, a face and body identical to Mikoto's appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wu Yen, Chuju, Astria, and even Ikaros's heart were in their throats. They looked at Misaka's sister's tightly shut eyes and waited for them to bloom again. Misaka's sister didn't disappoint. Her eyelids twitched a few times under everyone's expectant gaze. Then, under Wu Yen and the others' surprised gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. It worked. Astria cheered in joy. Wu Yen and Mikoto exchanged glances and smiled. At the same time, they also let out a sigh of relief. It worked, that's good. Misaka's sister looked around with the same eyes as Mikoto. However, there wasn't much vitality in her eyes. It was like a plate of stagnant water. Where is this? Didn't Misaka die already? Misaka looked around in confusion. At the same time, she was wondering if this place was heaven or hell. His face was expressionless, and his voice was as calm as an ancient well. He stated this sentence with an incomparably calm tone. Even Wu Yen felt a bit speechless. Hinajiku and Astria looked at each other before looking at their sister. They didn't know what to say. Misaka's sister sat up straight and looked at Wu Yen and the others. She tilted her head. Are you guys the ones who died with Misaka? Misaka's sister said in a relieved tone. At the same time, I'm happy that even if I die, I won't be lonely anymore. Wu Yen, Chuju, Astria, and Ikaros were speechless. After some explanation, Misaka's sister finally realized that she wasn't dead. She was saved by these people. Misaka's sister was silent for a moment before she spoke. Why did you save Misaka? Misaka's sister's body is borrowed, her heart is fake as well. Each one costs 180,000 yen and there are more than 10,000 of them in stock. You just have to press a button and you can make them. Wu Yen smiled when he heard that. He reached out and patted Misaka Mei's head. Misaka Mei didn't know what he was talking about. Just think of it as doing it for your Oni-sama. Chapter 174. No matter what, the effect of the genetic life replenishment serum is really good. Wu Yan's smile didn't fade the entire night as he watched his sisters being resurrected one by one. At this moment, Wu Yan felt that the 1,000,000 item points was well spent. After resurrecting all the sisters, Wu Yan released the other sisters from the biocontainment device and used the genetic life replenishment serum to complete their bodies. More than 10,000 sisters were resurrected under the efforts of Wu Yan, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. Wu Yan felt a great sense of accomplishment when he completed the last sister's life cycle and placed her into the biocontainment device. How could Wu Yan not feel a sense of accomplishment after saving nearly half of his sisters? Wu Yan can't wait to save all the sisters that are still alive. However, this matter can't be rushed. If he acts too hastily, he might expose himself to Alistair. If Alistair only had strength, Wu Yan wouldn't hesitate to do so. However, Alistair's scariest part is his monstrous IQ. Who knows if he would be dragged into some scheme by Alistair if he was exposed? Like a seductress, he would be sold to the point that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Wu Yan felt like his brain is better than his seductress hands. However, compared to Alistair, he really can't compare. That's why it's still too early to relax. After all, there are still a lot of sisters that haven't been saved yet. Every day, more and more sisters are dying. Of course, Wu Yan was happy that he managed to resurrect all of his sisters. It's obvious from the good sleep he had that night. However, Wu Yan didn't feel that way when he woke up the next day. "Good morning, Master Karos. Why are you lying on top of me again?" Wu Yan jumped up out of shock. However, he forgot that Ikaros was lying on top of him with her hands on both sides of his head. Wu Yan got up and buried himself in a huge pile of soft flesh. The soft touch on his face, the oddly fragrant aroma that wafted into his nose, and the suffocating sensation that could take his life, all of these are reminding him of the situation he's in right now. Wu Yan couldn't help but move his head and he burrowed deeper into the ground. "Master?" Ikaros stared blankly at Wu Yan. Suddenly, she turned around and left Wu Yan. When Ikaros left, Wu Yan, who put his weight on his head, tumbled and fell to the ground. The pain in his head woke Wu Yan up. Realizing what he did, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Ikaros awkwardly. Wu Yan froze. The usually expressionless Ikaros's cheeks were slightly red, her eyes were shy, her hands were hugging her breasts, and she gave Wu Yan a look before lowering her head. "I'm not dreaming, right?" Wu Yan mumbled. "The Karos is actually shy about being taken advantage of, Master?" Seeing Wu Yan staring at her, Ikaros blushed again and lowered her head even more. Looking at the bashful Ikaros with her arms crossed in front of her chest, making her already extraordinary breasts look even bigger, Wu Yan couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Ikaros's morning grumpiness is like a match thrown into a gas tank. The fire in him is burning. Ikaros. Under Xiehua's control, Wu Yan finally raised his hand and reached towards Ikaros. It's impossible for Ikaros not to see Wu Yan's actions. When she saw Wu Yan's hand reaching towards her, an inexplicable burning sensation rushed into her kinetic furnace, making her feel a little dizzy. If this was the original Ikaros, her body's auto-repair function would have activated and erased the cause of her kinetic furnace's abnormality. In other words, she would have erased all memories of Wu Yan. But as someone who's seen the original, Wu Yan wouldn't let that happen. When he first summoned Ikaros, Wu Yan already found an item that could identify the state of the kinetic furnace. In other words, at that time, Wu Yan was already preparing himself for the day when he and Ikaros would make love. After what felt like a century, the distance between Wu Yan's hand and Ikaros's body kept shrinking. Finally, Wu Yan's hand pressed against Ikaros's huge chest. "Master?" Ikaros's face finally turned completely red. The pair of small accessories next to her ears swayed gently like a cat's ears, causing the fire in Wu Yan's heart to burn even brighter. "Ikaros!" Panting a few times, Wu Yan hugged Ikaros's body into his arms and pressed his hands on her plump breasts, kneading them. "No, there's a strange feeling." Ikaros didn't know what to do as she grabbed Wu Yan's hands that went under her armpits and kneaded her breasts. Her indigo eyes started to turn misty. But not only did Ikaros's words not dispel Wu Yan's desire, It actually encouraged it. After all, who's ever seen Ikaros this shy? Even in the original, no one's ever seen it. And so, of course, Wu Yan's hands kneaded even harder. He even buried his head next to Ikaros's ear and licked her cheek. Master? Ikaros blankly felt the sensations coming from her body. Based on her calculations, the furnace should have burned to the point where it would have burned out, but for some reason, her furnace somehow managed to hold on. His tongue slowly licked from Ikaros's cheek to her neck, then from her neck to her cheeks. Listening to Ikaros's never-heard-before moaning, holding a pair of large breasts that he's never held before, Wu Yan bit Ikaros's earlobe. Ikaros didn't know why she's making such noises. She also didn't know why she felt strange when her master did such a thing to her. But she does know that her master is very happy. And as long as her master is happy, then Ikaros will be happy as well. Her red lips gently parted, a whimper escaped. Ikaros's legs uncontrollably clamped together and started rubbing against him. Master! Ikaros strenuously turned her head to look at Wu Yan, who's licking her neck. Her indigo eyes are already filled with lust. Wu Yan stared blankly at the aroused Ikaros. He slowly lowered his head and inched closer to her. Seeing her master's face getting closer and closer, Ikaros's eyes flickered. Then, for some reason, she suddenly said something. Master, breakfast? At this moment, Wu Yan finally realized what he's doing. Looking at Ikaros in his arms, Wu Yan smiled embarrassedly and pinched her a couple more times before running out of the room. Ikaros laid on Wu Yan's bed, gasping for air. Wu Yan ran out of his room and with a leap, he flashed into Hinajiku's room. Looking at Hinajiku, who was stunned by his sudden intrusion, he hugged her and threw her onto the bed. Before Chuju could finish, Wu Yan covered her mouth. This is Ikaros's first time, so it's not good to eat during the day. But not Chuju. Chapter 175. For the whole morning, Wu Yan stayed in Hinajiku's room. The sheets wrapped around both of them wriggled and Hinajiku's sweet moans came from inside. Even with the blankets separating them, Wu Yan could still hear Hinajiku's moans clearly. Ikaros and Astria also heard the sounds coming from inside the room. Astria buried her head in the middle of her food like a glutton. But if you look closely, you'll notice Astria's face is as red as a tomato. Astria wasn't an all-purpose angel like Ikaros, who excelled in combat and computing but had poor emotional skills. Compared to Ikaros, Astria didn't have any computing skills, but her emotional skills were outstanding. Ikaros might not know what Wu Yan and Chuju are doing, but Astria definitely knows. Of course, Ikaros didn't know about it. Astria looked at Ikaros in shock. Her mouth was wide open as if she saw a UFO. It was an exaggeration. Ikaros's cheeks were pink, her skin was pink, and her eyes were watery. Just like Astria, she buried her head in the middle of her food and kept eating. If she didn't share Wu Yan's perceptive ability with her, Astria would have suspected that Ikaros is an impersonator. Finally, the noise in the room stopped. Ikaros and Astria let out a sigh of relief. Of course, Astria knew why she was relieved. Ikaros, on the other hand, didn't know why she was relieved. After a while, Wu Yan walked out of Hinajiku's room. His attire is neat and tidy. If it wasn't for his relaxed expression, others might have thought that he wasn't the culprit behind all of this. Master. Ikaros and Astria blushed at the same time when they saw Wu Yan. Then they called out to him softly. Wu Yan's expression turned awkward when he heard that. Coughing pretentiously, Wu Yan sat beside the two girls and greeted them as if nothing had happened. One can't help but sigh at how thick-skinned he is. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan with a blushing face. Wu Yan wanted to nibble on her again, but Ikaros acted like she didn't see it. She hesitated for a while before she mustered up her courage and spoke under Astria and Wu Yan's curious gaze. Master? Master wants to do something fun, Ikaros. Pause. Can do it. If. Cough cough. Wu Yan and Astria spat out all the food in their mouths. They covered their mouths at the same time and started coughing violently. Master? Ikaros didn't know what to do with herself. Wu Yan raised his hand to signal that he's fine. He wiped his mouth and looked at Ikaros in shock. Ikaros, where did you learn that from? Hearing this, Ikaros lowered her head and clutched her short skirt with a bashful look. No one taught me that. I wanted to say it myself. You wanted to say it yourself? Wu Yen and Astrea looked at each other in shock. Ikaros nodded and looked at Wu Yen. Her indigo eyes shone with a strange light. The master looked really happy, so Wu Yen went silent. He reached out and stroked Ikaros' hair. Ikaros, this kind of thing, if you don't want to, it's not like that. Ikaros interrupted Wu Yen before he could finish. Wu Yen was stunned. Ikaros looked away when she saw Wu Yan's stunned expression. Seeing how happy Master is, Ikaros is also happy. Looking at Ikaros in a daze, Wu Yen suddenly laughed. At the same time, he scolded himself for his stupidity. Ikaros isn't the same as she was at the start of the original work. She's an all-purpose angel who only entertains her master. How could he think that way? Rubbing Ikaros' head, Wu Yen met Ikaros' indigo eyes and he whispered. Ikaros, I'm happy to see you happy. Then? Ikaros looked at Wu Yen expectantly. Her innocent gaze made Wu Yen feel uncomfortable. He helplessly said, Next time. Let's talk about it when we have the chance, okay? Ikaros fiercely nodded and started eating. Her chopsticks danced in the air. She seemed to be in a good mood. Wu Yen looked at her with a smile. He was looking forward to it too. After all, he likes Ikaros a lot too. Astrea threw away her bowl and chopsticks. She jumped in front of Wu Yen and shouted, Master! Astrea can make Master happy too. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He looked at Astrea, who was stunned by his words, and he didn't know what to say to her. This idiot, Master? Astrea realized how embarrassing her words were. She opened and closed her mouth. She realized she just said something embarrassing. Her eyes rolled up and smoke started coming out of her head. Speechless, Wu Yen looked at Astrea, who was shaking her head from side to side. He reached out his hand and rubbed Astrea's head. Under her bashful gaze, he shook his head and laughed. Okay, I got it. When I need to be happy, I will look for you too. Huh! Astrea shrieked in shock. She jumped up and pointed at Wu Yen with a blushing face. Master, you idiot! Who wants to do something perverted with you? Astrea, I'm not looking forward to it. Idiot! Idiot! Wu Yan's expression kept changing until the word awkward hung on his face. Looking at Astrea, who kept calling him an idiot, he felt really sad for his balls. Before Wu Yen could recover from his grief, a delicate fist smashed into his head, sending him sprawling on the table. His chin hit the table hard and he howled in pain. Hinajiku's fists were tightly clenched. On her pretty face, a part of the redness still hadn't subsided. It made Hinajiku's somewhat immature face even more charming. Even the culprit behind all of this was a little stunned. You bastard, in the middle of the day? Hinajiku closed her eyes. She's so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She punched him again. This time, Wu Yen managed to catch it. Wu Yen smiled at Chuju awkwardly. He shook his head and sighed. Are you trying to kill your husband? Chuju glared at Wu Yen. It would be best if I could kill you. Scratching his head, Wu Yen helplessly mumbled. What can I do? I was seduced as well. Don't tell me you want me to make sure Ikaros can't get out of bed in broad daylight. What are you mumbling about over there? Hinajiku's dangerous gaze landed on his face. She clenched her fists so hard that they made cracking noises. Looks like she's still holding a grudge against him for forcing himself on her again. Nothing. Wu Yen laughed dryly and shook his head. Chuju glared at Wu Yen. She looked at Wu Yan's smiling face and blushed again. She turned around and saw Ikaros and Astrea's blushing face. She felt even more embarrassed. It's fine, my voice wasn't loud, they couldn't have heard me. Yep, that's right. After comforting herself, Hinajiku sat down on the table. At the same time, Ikaros's eyes suddenly flashed with a data frame. Master? The enemy has appeared. Ikaros's expression returned to normal. She looked at Wu Yen and whispered. Wu Yan's expression froze and he sneered. Finally. Chapter 176. Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yan's house. No, to be precise, this is the house that the system gave to Wu Yan when he first arrived in Academy City. Even though Wu Yan doesn't have the currency of Academy City, Wu Yan has a lot of gold coins in the Spalier world. Even though most of them are in his gold card, the amount that Wu Yan has on him is more than enough to buy a house. On the second day of his arrival in Academy City, Wu Yan was already planning to buy another house. After all, this house isn't big, it can't fit 2 people, but Wu Yan has 4 people. Therefore, this house was abandoned by Wu Yan without hesitation. Of course, it wasn't completely useless, at least it helped Wu Yan attract a lot of unnecessary enemies. Hound Dog Unit. Item. At this time, the 2 Umbu organizations in Academy City have surrounded this house. The passers-by around it have been dispersed by them for some unknown reason. Now, all of the people here are members of the Hound Dog Unit wearing synthetic armor. And standing in the middle of these people is the leader of the Hound Dog Unit, Kihara Amida. Also, Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Is the enemy inside? Kihara Amida said to a member of the Hound Dog Unit with an expressionless face. His voice is a bit low, but it's not hard to hear that he doesn't care. According to the detected data, a large number of military clones appeared last night and emitted electromagnetic waves with this building as the center. Combined with the other military clones' reactions to the missing body samples from the Misaka network, the enemy is most likely among them. Very likely? Kihara Amida suddenly smiled and looked at the reporting member. He grinned and said, "You mean to say that the enemy's whereabouts is only a possibility?" That member's back was soaked in sweat, but because he was wearing a thick armor, nothing could be seen. However, his trembling appearance could be clearly seen. Soon, with a gunshot, the member fell to the ground. The blood on his head flowed down his cheeks to the ground, evaporating the last bit of warmth. Kihara Amida did not even look at the corpse on the ground. He put away his gun, as if he had not killed a person, but a dog. Trash does not have the right to live in this world. This is one of the rules in Kihara Amida's heart. There is another rule, and that is, subordinates are nothing more than a group of scum that can be abandoned by their leader at any time after their value has been exhausted. The 4 members of Item frowned but quickly recovered. It seems like they also know about Kihara Amida's personality. It's just that they don't seem to like him, except for Mujino Shizuri. Kihara Amida looked at the other members and the mechanical dogs that were sniffing around on the ground. He asked, "What's the reaction of the smell detector?" There is indeed a human aura inside. That's enough. Kihara Amida clapped his hands. As long as it's inside, no matter who it is, kill them all. But the orders from the higher-ups. Kihara Amida glanced at the member who spoke, and that member stopped talking. Kihara Amida turned around and said, "The higher-ups only want the military clones. Why are they looking for them? They can just recreate them. As for whether the original source is willing to provide the DNA, that's not up to her." Wu Yen, who is hiding not too far away, heard Kihara Amida's words. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he stared at Kihara Amida with a murderous intent. Ikaros and Astria sensed Wu Yan's murderous intent at the same time. Their faces turned cold as data flashed in their eyes. "Alright, let's stop here. If we go any further, we will be discovered by Takitsubu Riku." The girls stopped moving. Wu Yan nodded and looked at Ikaros and Astria. "Ikaros, Astria, try not to use your wings, got it?" Academy City is a scientific city, but Chairman Alistair isn't someone who believes in science. Before he founded Academy City, he was a magician. If Ikaros and Astria use their wings, they will be mistaken for angels. If Alistair finds out there are 2 angels in his territory, he will flip the entire Academy City upside down. That's why Wu Yen warned the girls. Of course, he meant, try your best. If the girls are in any danger, he doesn't care if Academy City is overturned or not. "Yes, Master." Wu Yen nodded and exchanged a look with Chuju. The two of them leaped away, leaving Ikaros and Astria behind. Sky Queen mode. After Wu Yen and Chuju left, Ikaros's pupils turned crimson red. A halo appeared on her head and her hair swelled up. The wings of light that appeared with her in the past didn't appear this time. Ikaros hid them in her clothes. Compared to Ikaros, Astria didn't change at all. She took out a sword hilt with a blue gauntlet. Chrysor, super vibrating photon blade. A blue lightsaber came out of the sword hilt. The body of the sword vibrated slightly, and the air surrounding the body of the sword was instantly wiped clean, leaving not even a bit of it behind. After adjusting themselves to their best condition, the two women took out 2 more capsules and swallowed them at the same time. Then, a miraculous scene happened. Ikaros and Astria's bodies distorted. 2 completely unfamiliar faces appeared on their faces. Even their bodies were distorted. The two of them became shorter by a few centimeters. Even Wu Yen wouldn't be able to recognize them if he didn't know what was going on. At the same time, the hounds had begun to invade the room. As long as they saw anything suspicious, they would fire at it with their submachine guns. Kihara Emeda, on the other hand, was leading the way. Together with the other 4 members of Item, they headed towards the direction of Takitsubo Riku and the robot dog. When they passed by a room, the robot dog stopped. Takitsubo Riku pointed at the door and said with a complicated expression, "The target has been discovered." Mujino Shizuri and Kihara Emeda laughed at the same time. Mujino Shizuri immediately raised her hand and a meltdown atom burst through the door, breaking through the wall and smashing everything in the room into smithereens. However, Mujino Shizuri wasn't happy. Instead, her face turned dark. The veins on her forehead were throbbing. Kihara Emeda narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the room, there wasn't even a bed, let alone a person. Only a few words were written on the wall in front of them, words that infuriated Mujino Shizuri and Kihara Emeda. "Take your time. Idiot." Meltdown atom was used. Mujino Shizuri turned her head to look at Takitsubo Riku after destroying the wall with the words, "Takitsubo, didn't you say the target is here?" Takitsubo Riku seemed to be at a loss of what to do. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed for a moment. Her head also began to turn. Then she stopped at the floor of the room. Looking at the few chips that were thrown on the floor, she pointed at them in astonishment. The target's AIM came from these chips. "What did you say?" Kihara Emeda laughed in disdain. "You're saying these chips can spread the AIM field? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Kinuhita Sai, who was standing at the back, was even more disdainful. "Didn't your dog also discover the target's location?" Kihara Emeda's face turned dark. He clenched his teeth and kicked the smell detector robot dog into pieces. Right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 177. Screams of agony traveled into everyone's ears. Kihara Emeda, Mujino Shizuri, and the others who were staring at the chip were stunned. "What's going on?" Kihara Emeda frowned. A very ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. People like Kihara Emeda always believed in their intuition. He immediately waved his hand. "Go out and take a look." Just as Kihara Emeda finished speaking, Takitsubo Riku looked out of the window and said, Mujino Shizuri, who has been working with Takitsubo Riku for a long time, seemed to understand what she meant. "Did the target appear?" "Who knew?" Takitsubo Riku shook her head. She was a little confused as she hesitantly said, "It's not a target, it's 2 very unfamiliar targets." Mujino Shizuri didn't notice Takitsubo Riku's hesitation. However, Frenda and Kinuhita Sai, who were standing beside Takitsubo Riku, noticed it. They looked at each other in confusion. What they didn't know is that Takitsubo Riku is hesitating because the sudden appearance of the AIM field gave her a bad feeling. That's why she subconsciously hesitated. If Wu Yen knew what Takitsubo Riku was thinking, he'd be shocked. Ikaros and Astria aren't aptitude users. This AIM field was forged by them using their own abilities. After all, Ikaros's identity in Academy City is LV4. If she doesn't have an AIM field, Wouldn't that mean there's a problem? As for Astria, she forgot her identity in Academy City, so just in case, Wu Yen told her to forge one. Even if she's a useless aptitude user, she can still use the excuse that she suddenly leveled up. With their abilities as angeloids, it's easy for them to forge a field. No matter how good the detector is, it won't be able to detect that the AIM field is fake. Takitsubo Riku, on the other hand, noticed something amiss. Regardless of what Takitsubo Riku was thinking, the current Mujino Shizuri would definitely not know. She was holding a ball of light in her hand. The ball of light formed by the meltdown of atoms was emitting a sickly green glow in her palm. Mujino Shizuri sneered. Just in time, I'm in a bad mood right now. Before Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku could react, Mujino Shizuri had already left. Hearing more and more screams and all kinds of noises outside, as well as the sound of his subordinates firing their submachine guns, Kihara Amida could no longer sit still. Of course, it wasn't because he cared about the safety of his subordinates. Without saying a word, Kihara Amida also walked out. Kinuhata Sai and Frenda looked at each other, then at Takitsubo Riku. Hey, Takitsubo, that guy shouldn't have appeared, right? When she said this, Kinuhata Sai's tone was filled with anticipation. Frenda also looked at Takitsubo Riku with the same expression. No. Takitsubo Riku shook her head unnaturally. Kinuhata Sai and Frenda heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. I'll be able to unleash my full strength. When everyone walked out of the house, the scene that appeared in front of them caused them to be involuntarily startled. They were astonished. The members of the Hounds raised the weapons in their hands and fired at the two unfamiliar women. One of them is standing far away, shooting out cherry-colored missiles from nowhere, causing the Hound Dog Unit members to suffer heavy casualties. The other girl is holding a lightsaber, swinging it at the Hound Dog Unit members who are close to her. Her smooth movements and exquisite taijutsu cause the Hound Dog Unit members to either die or be heavily injured. In just a short moment, over 100 Hound Dog Unit members are lying on the ground. Who are these two supergirls? Kinuhata Sai looked at the two girls in surprise. Whether it is the destructive power of the missile-shooting girl or the exquisite taijutsu of the sword-wielding girl, they both made her very surprised. Kihara Amida raised his hand and said coldly, I don't care who they are. Since they're here, let's kill them all. Hearing this, 3 of the 4 girls from Item disdained his words. Kihara Amida, who was arrogant but had no ability, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. They wouldn't listen to his words that were like an order. Even Mujino Shizuri, who was about to attack, put away her meltdowner and stood to the side, watching the Hound Dog Unit members being hunted down. Seeing that, Kihara Amida's eyes flashed with killing intent and hatred. Mujino Shizuri and the others looked down on him. Why would he look up to Mujino Shizuri and the others? In his eyes, the so-called ability users were nothing more than little white mice. But now is not the time to start a conflict with Mujino Shizuri and the others. He can only swallow his anger. But his face is tense. Looking at the struggling Hound Dog Unit members on the ground, he cursed them a few times. What are you doing? Quickly surround them. Kihara Amida coldly shouted, and at the same time, gave the order. Team 1, Team 2, use your ranged weapons to shoot at the one with the sword. Team 3, Team 4, charge at the guy who fired the missile. Kihara Amida is indeed the leader of the Hound Dog Unit. With just a few orders, the members who were panicking due to the heavy casualties started to attack in an orderly manner. Facing the sudden change in fighting style of the Hound Dog Unit, Ikaros and Astria felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing this, Kihara Amida shouted at the other members. Push that thing up. The 4 Item members looked at Kihara Amida in confusion, as if they didn't know what that was. The Item members, on the other hand, shouted yes, and pushed a car up. As soon as it was pushed up, the side box of the car was opened. As the side box was opened, something that looked like a stereo appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing the stereo, Ikaros and Astria's expression turned serious. They looked at the stereo and data started to flow in their eyes. But soon, the data in their eyes stopped and they continued to attack the hound dog unit as if nothing happened. Under the puzzled gazes of the 4 item members, Kihara Amida smiled sinisterly. Capacity down device. Release it. Right after he said that, an ear-piercing sound was released from the stereo. Hearing this sound, Mujino Shizuri, Kinohita Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda trembled. They covered their heads and squatted on the ground in pain. What the hell is going on? Kinohita Sai screamed in pain, but Frenda and Takitsubo Riku were even worse than her. They couldn't speak at all. Kihara Amida didn't even frown when he saw Item's pained expression. Instead, he laughed and said, "I didn't think that Brat's invention would be so useful." "You bastard!" The moment Mujino Shizuri moved, she covered her head and knelt down again. She didn't even have the strength to glare at Kihara Amida. Kihara Amida smiled at them as if he wanted to take revenge. However, the screams that came again made his smile freeze on his face. In his mind, the 2 girls who couldn't move due to the capacity down device and were torn to shreds by his subordinates were still alive and kicking, harvesting the lives of his subordinates. Damn it! What capacity down device? It's really useless. Kihara Amida's face was ashen. He didn't have the time to think about why the capacity down device didn't work on the 2 women. Instead, he blamed everything on the capacity down device. How would he know Ikaros and Astria don't have superpowers? How could they be affected by the device? The AIM that Takitsubo Riku detected was fake. Chapter 178. Artemis, Ikaros muttered under her breath. No one heard her, but it triggered a huge reaction. Countless cherry-colored lights shot out from her back and landed in the middle of the hound dog unit in a blink of an eye. The moment the missiles landed, the people in the center were blown away. They laid on the ground and couldn't get up anymore. Those who were closer to them were also caught in the blast. Screams of agony filled the air. Compared to Ikaros, Astria was much more straightforward. She waved her Chrysor around like a tiger, slaughtering whoever came her way. She might be slower than Ikaros, but it was still clean. She paved a path for those who fell under her feet. The veins on Kihara Amida's forehead were bulging. Clearly, he was enraged to the extreme. However, his expression did not change. He glanced at Mujino Shizuri and the other 3 who were clutching their heads in pain and snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the capacity down device was turned off. "You bastard!" The moment the voice stopped, Mujino Shizuri went berserk. She grabbed a meltdowner in her hand and was about to throw it at Kihara Amida. Kihara Amida was expressionless. He only said one sentence. "Is this okay? You should know that we Hound Dog unit are directly under the orders of the higher-ups." Mujino Shizuri's expression changed. Her meltdowner dimmed as well. Kihara Amida turned his head and looked at Ikaros and Astria. "Let's think of a way to deal with those 2 first. You guys don't want to fail the mission, right?" Mujino Shizuri looked at Kihara Amida with a dark expression. She waved her hand at Wu Yan's house and blasted the wall with her meltdowner. Mujino Shizuri threw out a few more meltdowners before looking at Ikaros and Astria. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. "That guy is going to suffer." Kinohita Sai gloated at Kihara Amida. She knew that Mujino Shizuri's gaze wasn't directed at the 2 girls. Mujino is a vengeful person. Frenda rubbed her head cutely and spread her hands. In the end, that dog thought that he could live peacefully by relying on the people above him. Even if she didn't kill him, Mai Yi had her ways to make him suffer. Poor guy. Kihara Amida didn't hear Kinohita Sai and Frenda's conversation. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. Mujino Shizuri and the others probably don't understand that the higher-ups Kihara Amida mentioned aren't the useless people in the board of directors. At this moment, Mujino Shizuri has already walked out. Slowly walking to the front of the hounds, Mujino Shizuri raised her voice. "You guys came at the wrong time. Just in time. I've suffered enough today." After that, several orbs of light suddenly appeared around Mujino Shizuri and circled around her. Then, without warning, meltdowners shot out from the orbs towards Ikaros. It wasn't that Mujino Shizuri recognized Ikaros' identity. It's just that Ikaros is far more of a threat to her than Astrea. After all, Astrea is a close-range fighter. Meltdowners are perfect against close-range opponents. Ikaros looked at the incoming Meltdowner atom. Her eyes flashed and the trajectory of the Meltdowner atom was calculated. She dodged the Meltdowner atom and looked at Mujino Shizuri with her crimson eyes. Even though she can't use Absolute Defense Circle for the sake of her master, Wu Yen didn't say that she can't initiate an attack. Artemis, the cherry-colored missile with a cherry-colored glow streaked across the air. Under everyone's gaze, it came from Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri reached out her hand and drew a circle in front of her. Following her movement, the Meltdowners were pulled into a circular fan shape. The missiles were melted into powder the moment they came into contact with the fan shape. After all the missiles were melted into powder, Mujino Shizuri looked at Ikaros. She saw an afterimage charging at her and her pupils shrunk. Ikaros raised a fist and under Mujino Shizuri's horrified expression, she punched her in the stomach. Ah! Mujino Shizuri reflexively covered her stomach and lowered her head, only to see a knee raised towards her face. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Ikaros' knee landed on Mujino Shizuri's face and sent her flying. She fell to the ground and fainted. That's super impossible. Kinuhata Sai couldn't believe it. Their captain was defeated by the opponent in a single exchange. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku were also stunned and couldn't recover from their shock. Kihara Amida clenched his fists when he saw Mujino Shizuri being defeated in an instant. The way he looked at Ikaros and Astrea changed. At least he didn't look at them with the same disdain as before. Even a LV5 was defeated in a single exchange. How could Kihara Amida still look down on them? Actually, Mujino Shizuri's defeat was understandable. After all, she neglected Ikaros's close combat ability. Not just her, even Wu Yen forgot that Ikaros's close combat ability is also very strong. Even if it's not as good as Astrea who specializes in close combat, it's not something any random person can match up to. At the very least, in this academy city, other than Wu Yen, Hinajiku, Astrea, and Iwa. Ikaros is the strongest in terms of melee combat. However, compared to her long-range attack, Ikaros's close combat ability is much weaker. That's why everyone neglected the fact that Ikaros can also fight in close combat. Mujino Shizuri's defeat can be attributed to her carelessness. She saw Ikaros didn't use close combat and thought she wouldn't be able to fight in close combat. Of course, if she fought Ikaros seriously, she would have lost without a doubt. Where the hell did these two strong women come from? Kihara Amida gritted his teeth. He's at his wit's end. 2/3 of his men are down and Item's women are probably unreliable. He can only rely on external forces. What else can he do? At this time, Kihara Amida's communicator suddenly rang. Kihara Amida was stunned. He picked it up and looked at it. His face was completely filled with anger. He slammed the communicator in his hand on the ground. Kihara Amida was breathing heavily. He even let out a few low growls. Damn it. I've been completely fooled. What's going on? Kinuhata Sai asked subconsciously. However, her eyes were still on Ikaros and Astrea who weren't far away from her. Kihara Amida lowered his head and said in a low voice. The research facility was infiltrated again. Infiltrated? Frenda was shocked. You mean, these guys are in cahoots? They used a trick to lure us here, and the mastermind invaded the unguarded research facility. It seems that these two women are just bait. After that, he ignored the stunned Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda and shouted at the Hound Dog Unit members. Everyone retreat. The Hound Dog Unit members stopped in their tracks and slowly retreated to the sides. Too bad they didn't ask for permission from their master. Artemis, following the loud boom, the sound of missiles bombarding the area was heard. What followed was the screams of the Hound Dog Unit members. They aren't going to keep them here, right? Frenda, Kinuhata Sai, and Takitsubu Riku who rescued Mujino Shizuri looked at each other and retreated. What does the Hound Dog Unit's survival have to do with them? Retreat. All of you retreat. Only the screams of the Hound Dog Unit members and Kihara Amida's furious roar could be heard. Chapter 179. That day, the hounds were almost completely wiped out. Only a few of them managed to escape with Kihara Amida, who was hit by a stray bullet. The hounds are basically nothing now. Of course, when Kihara Amida recovers, he will definitely form the hounds again. However, by then, most of the Misaka sisters would have been rescued by Wu Yen. Item had 1 injured and 3 unharmed. Even though they didn't suffer a lot of casualties, they still managed to retreat in a sorry state. This time, the hounds and Item who came to stop the so-called intruders could only be declared as failures. Not only that, but the military clones that were originally gathered by the Research Institute for Protection were almost all stolen by the sudden intruders. Almost all of the Misaka sisters disappeared. Even the Misaka sisters who participated in the project and were killed by Accelerator were all stolen. In the end, only a few hundred of the Misaka sisters were rescued by the Research Institute during the chaos. The rest were all stolen. Almost everyone related to the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project started smashing things in their homes. The main person in charge of the project, Amai Aao, fainted when he heard the news. With only a few hundred Misaka sisters left, the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Plan can no longer continue. It can only be frozen and hope that one day, the missing Misaka sisters can be found or the original DNA can be retrieved. Then they can come back and take a look. As for the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project's promoter, Amayao, he escaped with a huge amount of money on his back. No one knows where he went. This incident can be considered to have come to an end. Of course, the higher-ups know that this is only temporary. Right now, the entire project is leaning towards the missing person notice. The people living in Academy City didn't know that on the surface of peace, the undercurrents were so turbulent that they could bury even the tiniest trespassers, Academy City School District 7, inside the windowless building. What do you plan to do? A voice that seemed to come from the heavens, mixed with a lot of busy tones, sounded in this strange space. As the voice came out, the air in this space seemed to condense, and it was very heavy. Alistair's unchanging body floated slightly in the culture tank filled with liquid. He wasn't surprised by the sudden voice but remained silent. After learning his lesson several times, Alistair was no longer doing useless things. He knew that his greatest intelligence-gathering ability, the hovering loop, was useless against the mastermind this time. Therefore, he didn't check the images of the scene. After listening to the report, he remained in this state. Are you planning to give up? Alistair finally reacted a little. To be more precise, he took some action. A projection screen appeared in front of him. Looking at the image on the screen, Alistair didn't say anything. He knew that the owner of the voice knew what he meant. And the image on the screen was Mikoto herself. It's not like you to take this step. His voice was still as calm as an ancient well. Although it was very strange, it was not difficult to hear the indifference in it. Of course, to him, nothing really mattered. When Alistair heard this, he immediately turned off the projection screen and closed his eyes. After a long time, he finally said something. Stop, it's not like me at all. On the other side, in Wu Yan's house, of course, it wasn't the house that was smashed full of holes by Mujino Shizuri and Kihara Amida. It was Wu Yan's new house. Wu Yan was sitting on the ground with a small notebook in his hand. His hand didn't move, but the contents on the screen kept changing. Only a small amount of electricity flowed from Wu Yan's hand into the small notebook. After completing the last step, Wu Yan stopped the electricity in his hand. Putting away the notebook, Wu Yan stretched lazily, feeling very satisfied. How could he not be satisfied? This time, not only did he make a fool out of those hateful hounds, causing them to suffer heavy casualties, he even almost managed to save his sisters. Now, the sisters in Wu Yan's biocontainment device, including the ones he saved with his genetic life serum, number more than 19,000. As long as he can save the remaining few hundred sisters, Mikoto's wish will be fulfilled. His first mission will also be completed. Now that almost all of the sisters are in his hands, The Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project can no longer be carried out. In the future, there shouldn't be any more sisters dying. Although the sisters can be brought back to life, Wu Yan doesn't want them to go through the experience of death. So, it's best if there are no casualties. Wu Yan knows that the remaining few hundred sisters won't be that easy to save. With their numbers reduced, the research institute will have more manpower to protect them. From now on, he can only take it slow. Looking at the notebook in his hand, Wu Yan smiled. Mikoto's ability is really useful. If it wasn't for this ability, I would have to ask Ikaros to erase the records of my cheap house. Facing those so-called scientific researchers, how could Wu Yan not think of anything? Although he admits that he can't be compared to Alistair in terms of intelligence, Wu Yan still has the ability to deal with those people who have lost their minds. Fortunately, with Mikoto's ability, it's easy for her to tamper with any data. This saved Wu Yan a lot of unnecessary trouble. Touching the biocontainment device on his wrist, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. When he thought of the sisters in there, he couldn't help but want to let them out and interact with them. It's a pity that once they are released, Wu Yan's house would probably be surrounded by them. Also, the sisters are still recovering their bodies. Unlike the instant effect of genetic life supplement, the healing effect of genetic perfection supplement is a slow process. Well, take it slow. Wu Yan looked at the biocontainment device and smiled at it. It's as if he's talking to the sisters. Mikoto is also very happy. A voice suddenly came from behind Wu Yan, startling Wu Yan. He turned around, and when he saw the owner of the voice, he helplessly shook his head. Don't you know that you can scare people to death? Chuju flipped her beautiful pink hair without a care and sat in front of Wu Yan. She said, I talked to Mikoto on the phone. Mikoto already knows what happened last night. She's very happy, so many sisters were saved. Wu Yan heard this and rolled his eyes at Chuju. You're still on the phone, aren't you afraid of being monitored? Chuju, on the other hand, was disdainful. Since you already thought of it, I don't believe you didn't prepare at all. Wu Yan spread his hands and smiled proudly. Chuju looked at him with hatred and resisted the urge to bite him. Chuju thought of something and sighed. I really didn't expect there to be so many people who are exactly like Mikoto. Wu Yan laughed. If the sisters know you call them people, they'll be very happy. Chuju also laughed. Yeah, they're happy because of something that's only natural. How cute, I also want a sister. Wu Yan heard Chuju's words and looked at Chuju. He stared at her until she felt uncomfortable, and then he said with an evil smile. Well, if you want a sister, I can't help it. Wu Yan moved to Chuju's side and hugged her under Chuju's surprised cry. But if you want a daughter, I can help you. Chuju's face suddenly turned red. W did I say? I don't want. Wu. Chapter 180. The plan to evolve absolute ability users was put on hold. The matter came to a close. Wu Yan also had some free time. Now that the sisters don't have to die anymore, he has plenty of time to save them. As long as he grinds it out, even if it's one a day, he will be able to save all of them. During the day, Wu Yan would take a stroll around Academy City with a group of beautiful girls. He would set off flashbangs all over Academy City. It's quite a joyous occasion. At night, he would have sex without any shame. Of course, his partner is still Chuju. As for Ikaros and Astria, Wu Yan doesn't have the guts to push them down yet. Even if Ikaros and Astria said they wanted to make Wu Yan happy, Wu Yan wouldn't dare to push them down in public with Kaisha-sama at home. That's why he needs the right time, the right place, and the right people. Wu Yan's words, of course. Wu Yan would occasionally go back to being a cat burglar and try to steal one or two Misaka sisters. However, the sisters are now heavily protected. Even Wu Yan can't do anything without being exposed. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan could only steal one or two Misaka sisters when the researchers weren't paying attention. The rest of the time, he would have to return empty-handed. As time passed, Wu Yan became frustrated, but he still persisted in visiting in hopes of finding an opportunity or two. Apart from this, Wu Yan seems to have returned to being a normal person. He's living a normal life, enjoying the treatment that he could only see on the screen. As for Mikoto, that girl would come to Wu Yan's place every 2 to 3 days. Her excuse is that she's too bored, but no one believes her. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Wu Yan has seen plenty of the tsundere Misaka Mikoto. However, every time Mikoto visits, there would be a Yuri girl with 2 ponytails following her around. This perverted creature, Kuriko, would often bare her fangs at Wu Yan when Mikoto couldn't see. She looked like she wanted to eat Wu Yan alive. This gave Wu Yan a headache. It also made Wu Yan, who was looking forward to another flight together with her. Mikoto also felt awkward. She doesn't know why, but Kuriko has been sticking to her. Every time Mikoto goes out, she would make a fuss and insist on following her. There were a few times when she didn't even go to the disciplinary committee. Mikoto has a headache. Wu Yan was probably the only one who knew that the Yuri girl was following him around to prevent Mikoto from being violated by him. However, she didn't know that Mikoto had already been violated by him. If she knew, Wu Yan is sure that he would have a few more steel needles inserted into his body every day. Mikoto and Kuriko's arrival caused the other 2 cute creatures of the Super Canon Quartet to come to Mikoto's place frequently. They mingled with Ikaros, Astria, Chuju, and the others. They also left Wu Yan to the side, leaving Wu Yan to mourn in a corner. Hinajuku and the rest were very happy with the arrival of the Super Canon Quartet, because every time they came, they would bring with them 1 or 2 strange adventure stories. The Void Explosion Incident, Fantasy Mitaru Incident, Fantasy Beast Incident, and Open Up Incident happened every few days. Astria's eyes lit up every time she saw the Super Gunner Quartet. She was looking forward to hearing new stories to listen to. Every time this happens, Wu Yan would sit alone in a corner and listen to the so-called adventure stories from Mikoto and the others. His mouth would twitch and his lower body would ache. His entire body would feel like it was in pain. Can't you see the plot? I've seen it countless times on the screen. It had already been replayed dozens of times, hadn't it? I can't afford to be hurt. Can't you see? Can't you see? On the other hand, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in relief when he heard that the plot didn't change. At least this forbidden world is still the forbidden world he's familiar with. Time passed by peacefully until one day. Master! Wu Yan, who was browsing on the computer, turned around when he heard Ikaros' voice. When he saw Ikaros, Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned. The current Ikaros is getting more and more emotional. Even though Ikaros would only change when she's with him or talking about him, the effect is very good. Now, whenever Wu Yan stares at Ikaros' eyes for more than 3 seconds, Ikaros would blush and turn her head away. That cute look made Wu Yan think she's cute. Ikaros would also appear in Wu Yan's room every morning and get bullied by Wu Yan once or twice. This caused her ample bosom to become unrestrained under the cover of her clothes. This caused Ikaros' charm to increase by several percentage points. Facing Ikaros, who is getting prettier by the day, even Wu Yan, who has been looking at this face every day, even if he has kissed this face, he would still be in a daze from time to time. This is a testament to Ikaros' charm. Seeing her master staring at her in a daze again, Ikaros couldn't help but blush. She lowered her head, only then did Wu Yan come back to his senses. Rubbing his nose, Wu Yan smiled at Ikaros. At the same time, he called her a vixen in his heart. Looking at Ikaros' hot body, Wu Yan felt that it wouldn't be strange if one day he couldn't hold it in and pushed her down. What's the matter, Ikaros? Ikaros fidgeted for a bit before handing a letter to Wu Yan. Master, just now someone brought you a letter like this. He said it's for you. A letter for me? Wu Yan looked at the letter in Ikaros' hand in surprise. He scratched his head suspiciously and took it. Casually flipping through it a couple of times, he's puzzled. Logically speaking, he didn't have any acquaintances when he was assigned the identity by the system, and after coming to Academy City, he didn't know anyone either who would send him something. As for Mikoto and the rest, Wu Yan directly rejected that idea. They come here every day. If they want to give him something, they can just take it. Why would they send it? Unable to figure it out, Wu Yen tore the envelope open. What entered his eyes was a red envelope with a golden border. On the envelope, there were 3 big words written on it. Invitation letter? Wu Yen was even more puzzled. Looking at the 3 small words at the bottom right corner of the letter, Wu Yen was surprised again. Tokuwadai. Could it be the Tokuwadai Midsummer Festival invitation letter from the original work? Wu Yen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and then shook his head to deny it. If it really is that Midsummer Festival, Mikoto who came this morning would have invited him. Searching the letter again, Wu Yen saw that there was another letter inside. Immediately, he picked up the milk tea on the side and opened it while drinking. A very elegant and beautiful line of words was imprinted into Wu Yan's vision. To the beloved Wu Yen, sir. Sir Wu Yen. Greetings. Sorry to disturb you. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive me, sir. When I was at Tokuwadai, this concubine had heard of your name. This concubine was very curious about you. Since the day I heard of your name, this concubine could not forget about you. She wished that she could personally talk to you. This concubine's thoughts were, today, I really can't hold back my desire to see your excellency. Therefore, I personally wrote an invitation letter and handed it to your excellency. I hope that your excellency will not be stingy and will be able to meet me. I am extremely grateful to your excellency. Looking at this genteel and ambiguous letter, more like a love letter than an invitation letter, Wu Yen helplessly shook his head. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. As expected of someone from Tokuwadai, there was both a concubine and sir, the style of a big miss is undeniable. However, this also made Wu Yen certain that the owner of this letter was definitely not Mikoto. If Mikoto could write such a genteel letter, she wouldn't be Mikoto. When Wu Yen saw the signature at the bottom, his eyes suddenly widened, and he spat out the milk tea in his mouth and cried out involuntarily. How could it be her? Chapter 181. Academy City School District 7, Tokuwadai. Wu Yen stood in front of a door that was much taller than the wall. He looked at the inspection facility in front of him. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to walk in. He was still holding the invitation letter that made him want to spit out milk. Wu Yen had mixed feelings. He didn't know what kind of expression he should use to face what's about to come. After all, why would they invite a person like him who has no accomplishments in Academy City and is even considered a delinquent in his personal records to come here? Being familiar with the original plot, even if his IQ is limitless, he would have more or less guessed the reason. It's probably because of Mikoto. Looking at the name on the invitation, Wu Yan's lips twitched, but he said with certainty. That's why Wu Yan didn't bring Ikaros and Astria with him. Who knew what that black-bellied guy was plotting again? If Mikoto finds out that I've come all the way here to look for someone as annoying as her, she'll definitely give me an electric shock without a second thought. That guy, don't tell me he's just trying to flirt with me and then inform Mikoto to catch me, this kind of plot from the 8 o'clock TV. Wu Yan made up a story with a fake smile. He sighed and walked towards the door. Screw it, if worse comes to worst, I'll just *CK her up. Walking on a small path, Wu Yan looked around and felt a bit puzzled. He thought that he would go through layers upon layers of checks before being released. After all, he's a guy who wouldn't be at ease if he came to a place where there are only girls. Who would have thought that after he showed the invitation in his hand, there would be no obstructions along the way? Of course, along the way, the girls would look at him as if he was a prehistoric beast or a beast. Sama, this is the place. My mistress is waiting for you inside. After walking for some time, the girl who came out of nowhere to lead the way stopped in front of a building and said respectfully to Wu Yen. Of course, if you look closely, you'll notice that the girl kept looking at Wu Yen with suspicion. If you look closely, you'll notice she's the girl from Tokuwadai who saw Wu Yen and Mikoto going out on a date. Wu Yen stopped and looked at the building in front of him. With Wu Yan's eyesight, he saw a girl with long blonde hair sitting in front of a table on the balcony on the second floor of the building. When he saw this figure, Wu Yen thought to himself. Then, under the guidance of the Tokuwadai girl, he walked inside. She had long blonde hair and a voluptuous and perfect figure. She was wearing Tokuwadai's school uniform, but her hands and feet were covered in white long gloves and stockings with spider web patterns. She was a beautiful girl that people couldn't take their eyes off of at first glance. She closed her eyes and sat in front of a white round table. She held a cup of tea in her hand and placed it next to her seductive mouth. She was drinking it little by little. Her movements were very elegant. With one look, you can tell she's a typical rich young lady. Beautiful girl, red tea, balcony, blue sky and white clouds. These four images formed a moving scene. Even Wu Yen, who knew the character of the girl in front of him, couldn't help but sigh at how beautiful this scene was. As for the Tokuwadai girl who led Wu Yen, she was already intoxicated by the scene. Her eyes were filled with deep infatuation. Looking at the beautiful blonde girl and then looking at the guide who is immersed in the other party's world, he felt helpless. The two of them aren't going to stay in this stalemate, are they? Wu Yen didn't have the patience to stand here and watch the beauty drink tea. Although looking at beauties was a good pastime, it was only to the extent of passing the time. In his home, there were many beautiful girls who weren't inferior to the former. Wu Yen might have cultivated a lot of immunity during this period of time. Therefore, Wu Yen didn't hesitate to break the scene and walked over. His action not only woke up the Tokuwadai girl who led the way, it also shocked her. She, a woman, had already lost herself in the other party's world. How could this seemingly ordinary? How could a man like that remain unmoved? Is he not a man? If Wu Yen knew what the Tokuwadai girl was thinking, he might want to take off his pants. Perhaps hearing Wu Yan's footsteps, the blonde girl paused and slowly put down the cup in her hand. She looked in Wu Yan's direction and opened her eyes. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to be overshadowed. The sky seemed to have lost all color. Nothing was left except for the pair of golden eyes that were like stars falling from the night sky. They were shining faintly. Stopping, Wu Yen looked at the pair of starry eyes that he had seen countless times on the screen. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a beautiful pair of eyes! The girl who had an indifferent expression and graceful demeanor suddenly froze. Her expression changed abruptly after Wu Yen said that. She looked at Wu Yen with a look of disbelief. Wu Yen felt a bit helpless. Although it's not a bad thing to have a beauty staring at you in a daze, it's a bit unnatural to be stared at like that, right? Wu Yen shrugged and said, I say, Queen-sama, can you not look at me like that? This sentence caused the stunned girl to be even more stunned. She even asked in surprise, You know me? Shokuha Misaki, who blurted out her thoughts, immediately realized what she meant. She scolded herself for being stupid. Wu Yen laughed out loud when he heard her. One of Tokuwadai's two LV5s, ranked 5th in Academy City, mind control Shokuha Misaki. Who in Academy City doesn't know her? Please tell me, I'll help you beat her up. Shokuha Misaki was stunned for a moment before she burst out laughing. She covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed softly. Her queen-like personality is unmistakable. Sir Wu Yen sure is a humorous person. Shokuha Misaki's starry eyes curved into crescents. She looked very sweet. Inviting your excellency here was indeed the right choice. Wu Yen smiled and walked to the opposite side of Shokuha Misaki. Under the incredulous gaze of the Tokuwadai girl, he sat down in front of Shokuha Misaki. Then, Queen-sama, can you tell me why you called me here? Shokuha Misaki looked at Wu Yen and said with a smile, Era, didn't I say I wanted to talk to sir? Wu Yen also smiled and shook his head. He jokingly said, Queen-sama, do you really believe that a beauty who can get hundreds of thousands of people to come to her door when she says she wants to talk to someone in Academy City would write an invitation letter to a hooligan who has nothing better to do all the time for a talk? Shokuha Misaki calmed down and casually raised the cup in front of her and drank from it. Suddenly, a burst of electric sparks appeared in front of Wu Yen. The sudden flash of electric sparks made Wu Yan's eyes hurt, and he could only raise his hand to block them. Electromagnetic barrier? Seeing this, Shokuha Misaki was shocked. How could she not have seen this phenomenon before? This was obviously the railgun, the electromagnetic shield that Misaka Mikoto used to defend against her ability. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. His heart was filled with helplessness. Looks like this cute thing with a great body didn't have any good intentions. If he didn't have the same ability as Mikoto, he would have been under her control by now. Wu Yen helplessly said to the stunned Shokuho Misaki, "Are you satisfied now?" Chapter 182. Why do you have the same ability as Misaka Mikoto? Shokuho Misaki held the remote in her hand. Her face was full of disbelief. Not only because Wu Yen could resist her ability, but also because this familiar scene surprised her. Others might think that Wu Yan's ability is the same as the third person's ability. After all, in Academy City, there are a lot of people who can use electricity. But even if he can fool everyone, he can't fool the Tokuwadai Empress, Shokuho Misaki, who doesn't look like a high school student at all. An ability that can completely resist her ability, and it's the ability of her nemesis. How could Shokuho Misaki not have studied it before? Even if she mistook the ability of everyone in Academy City, Shokuho Misaki wouldn't mistake Misaka Mikoto's ability. Wu Yen smiled nonchalantly. He glanced at the remote in Shokuho Misaki's hand and said cheekily, "You want to know? Too bad I'm not telling you." Hearing Wu Yan's teasing, Shokuho Misaki's eyebrows twitched. She realized that she lost her composure. She couldn't help but be angry at herself. After all, she's only seen Wu Yen for a short while and she's already lost her composure countless times. This is something that would never happen in the past. Unfortunately, whether it's Wu Yan's lack of concern about her charm, or his heartfelt praise for her pair of monstrous eyes, or his ability that's exactly the same as Misaka Mikoto's, it's all challenging Shokuho Misaki's mental barrier. Shokuho Misaki originally thought that no matter what happens, she can face it calmly. After all, she has the ability to control her heart, she's seen countless darkness, she's been ruthlessly honed, but this man in front of her, his actions made Shokuho Misaki's originally calm heart flutter. She looked at the cheeky Wu Yen with a complicated expression. Shokuho Misaki quickly collected her emotions and returned to her usual calm self. Shokuho Misaki calmly put away the remote in her hand and grumbled, "I didn't expect you to have such an annoying ability." Wu Yen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well, this ability is indeed annoying to Shokuho Misaki, but this Shokuho Misaki isn't as simple as she looks. Even a child knows that abilities can't be exactly the same, but she's still able to remain so calm after knowing his ability, as expected of mental control ability. What he didn't know is that after hiding her complicated feelings, Shokuho Misaki's attitude towards Wu Yen changed from one of playfulness to one of curiosity. He was unrestrained and unrestrained, and he was able to deal with things indifferently in front of her. His every word was incomparably casual, yet there was no flaw at all. How could such a person be a hoodlum? Even if Shokuho Misaki believed that the man in front of her was a woman, she didn't believe that he was a hoodlum. On top of that, she seemed to be in a relationship with the third person, and that person had the exact same ability as her. Shokuho Misaki's curiosity towards the man in front of her has reached a boiling point. Looking at Shokuho Misaki's starry eyes, Wu Yen felt a headache coming on. He used to like Queen Mo, but now that he's in front of her, Wu Yen knows that she's a woman you either don't mess with, or you have to be prepared to be eaten by her. Is the queen that easy to conquer? Wu Yen thinks that's nonsense. If he's in a relationship with the queen, then if he can't conquer her, then he can only be conquered. So, at least for now, Wu Yen doesn't have any thoughts towards the queen. Of course, that's only for now. Sighing helplessly, Wu Yen half-jokingly said, "I say, Jisama, if you look at me like that, I'll feel embarrassed." Shokuho Misaki smiled. "Can't help it, I'm really curious about you." What he said was indeed true. Curious about me? Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Shokuho Misaki. "I think you're just curious about who's with Mikoto." Hearing this, Shokuho Misaki paused for a moment, then laughed softly. "Era, it seems like you're really related to our Tokuwadai's electric princess." Wu Yen pursed his lips. "If I'm not related to Mikoto, then I don't think you'd come looking for me." "Jisama, I'll explain it to you right here. I'd like to hear the details. Maintaining the same smile, Shokuhun Misaki looked at Wu Yen, but her heart couldn't help but flutter. The one talking to him is me, someone who has countless supporters. This guy, he actually looks like he's impatient with me. Does he dislike me that much? Wu Yen looked at Shokuhun Misaki, then suddenly stood up and reached out his hand. Under Shokuhun Misaki's stunned expression and the Tokuwadai girl who led the way, Wu Yen lifted her chin and said frivolously, "Ju-sama, don't worry about guarding your Tokuwadai. Mikoto won't participate in your turf war game, so you don't have to keep targeting her, it's meaningless." Shokuhun Misaki's eyes narrowed, a bit of anger appeared in her heart. She looked at Wu Yen with stubbornness and persistence. After all, what she's been doing was called a game, how could it not be popular? Seeing Shokuhun Misaki's expression, Wu Yen knew she didn't take his words seriously. He could only helplessly shake his head, looked straight into her eyes, and said disapprovingly, "Maybe you think I'm talking big, but what I want to say is, Mikoto is destined to not stay in this small Tokuwadai. She has a bigger world waiting for her, that's where she shines." A bigger world? Shokuhun Misaki was shocked. Wu Yen didn't look like he was joking. At this moment, she suddenly hoped that this young man in front of her was really just a hooligan who knows how to talk big. "Yes," Wu Yen said in a daze. Thinking about the vast continent of the Spalier world, thinking about the countless familiar dungeons in the system, Wu Yan's lips curled up, his heart suddenly filled with the pride of conquering the world. Shokuhun Misaki stared blankly at Wu Yan's smiling face. That unbelievable speech still reverberated in her heart. Her intuition told her that everything Wu Yen said wasn't false. At this moment, Shokuhun Misaki really felt small. Looking at Wu Yen, she couldn't help but ask, "Then, this bigger world you speak of, where is it? Are you trying to say that Misaka Mikoto should be active in the entire Academy City?" Lightly shaking his head, Wu Yen smiled. "Well, who knows, maybe it's not this world." Shokuhun Misaki wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She didn't know why, but her heart actually started to believe Wu Yen. It shocked her. "So, you don't have to worry about your so-called territory being taken away by Mikoto. I hope you won't be so hostile towards her in the future." One hand still holding Shokuhun Misaki's chin, the other hand patted her smooth and delicate face. Wu Yen smiled at her and let go. "Well, I'm leaving, Ju-sama. We'll meet again if we have the chance." Wu Yen waved his hand and walked out. For him, the purpose of this visit was achieved. "Where are you going?" Shokuhun Misaki couldn't help but ask a question that shocked her, Wu Yen, and the Tokuwadai girl who led the way. Wu Yan's footsteps paused, and he said in an annoyed tone, "Going back to find a pretty girl for a date, are you satisfied with this answer, Ju-sama?" Shokuhun Misaki suddenly laughed. "Allah, can't I catch your eye and become your date?" Hearing this, Wu Yen turned around and looked at Shokuhun Misaki with a serious expression. Shokuhun Misaki was just joking about Wu Yen ignoring her, and her expression became unnatural. He quickly walked over and grabbed her hand. "You want to go on a date with me? Then let's go, Ju-sama. I'll give you an unforgettable date." Chapter 183. Holding Shokuhun Misaki's hand, the two hid in a corner, watching a group of Tokuwadai girls shouting, "Jo-sama," while rushing towards them like a swarm of locusts. Only then did Wu Yen bring Shokuhun Misaki out. Speechless, Wu Yen looked at the giggling Shokuhun Misaki, speechless. "You sure have a lot of fans." Shokuhun Misaki stroked her hair and smiled faintly. "That's why, it's better if you don't kidnap people by force in the future." Wu Yen pursed his lips. He knows that Shokuhun Misaki is unhappy with him for dragging her out. Actually, he didn't know why, but he just ran away with Shokuhun Misaki on a whim. If it's a date, he was just joking, but since he brought her out, he might as well go on a date. After all, he's the one taking advantage of her. "Okay, the annoying guy is gone, let's go on a date like we agreed, Jo-sama." Wu Yen looked at the frozen Shokuhun Misaki and said with a weird smile. Hearing Wu Yan's weird tone, Shokuhun Misaki was a bit confused. Wu Yen didn't know why he suddenly dragged her out for a date, But how could Shokuha Misaki not know why she followed Wu Yen to avoid her subordinates? Originally, she said she wanted to be Wu Yan's date because she didn't want him to ignore her, so she made a joke. But now, she can't back down. However, as the fifth master of Academy City, mind control, toying with people's minds was nothing out of the ordinary, including her own. Shokuha Misaki only needed to modify her mind a little before she calmed down. I am looking forward to my date with you as well, Shokuha Misaki said in a serious tone. Wu Yen frowned when he saw how different Shokuha Misaki is compared to before. Wu Yen reached out and poked Shokuha Misaki's forehead, causing her to yelp in pain. Don't show off your ability. Otherwise, you won't be happy about the date later. Shokuha Misaki rubbed her forehead. Hearing Wu Yan's words, she froze for a moment and went silent. Silently shutting down her ability, Shokuha Misaki mocked herself. Yeah, this annoying ability, how can it make me happy? Shokuha Misaki didn't know that her whispers were clearly heard by Wu Yen. Wu Yen turned to look at Shokuha Misaki and shook his head helplessly. Everyone in Academy City had their own stories. Mikoto was one, and so was Shokuha Misaki. Wu Yen grabbed Shokuha Misaki's hand and pulled her out of the room before she could react. Since it's an ability you don't like, then don't use it. You don't want to use it? Shokuha Misaki looked at Wu Yen. Of course, being held back, she could only see Wu Yan's back. That's easy for you to say. You don't understand anything at all. No, I understand. Wu Yen didn't even turn his head as he replied, shocking Shokuha Misaki. That's because I understand. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuha Misaki lowered her head and looked at her hand in silence. No boy has ever held her hand before. This reckless guy, I really want to break free from him. That's what she thought, but she didn't do it. Even she herself found it hard to believe. Not knowing what's going on, she just let Wu Yen pull her hand and walked away. Walking on the streets of Academy City, Shokuha Misaki looked at the people around her, exclaiming and pointing at her from time to time. She could faintly hear words like, pretty, beautiful, but most of them were eyes, stars, so strange, and so on. Shokuha Misaki gritted her teeth and lowered her head. She even closed her eyes, but doing so only made the whispers of the people around her clearer. Shokuha Misaki opened her eyes in anger. Her computing powers started to go crazy. She couldn't stand the people pointing at her. She decided to brainwash them. But before she could use her ability, she felt a sharp pain in her hand that was being held by Wu Yen. The calculations in her mind were replaced by pain and she stopped. Shokuha Misaki, who wanted to scold Wu Yen, glared at Wu Yen. But when she saw the helpless smile on Wu Yan's face, she couldn't bring herself to scold him. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Shokuha Misaki and said angrily, I say, did you make a mistake somewhere? What do you mean? Shokuha Misaki frowned. She didn't seem to understand what Wu Yen meant. Wu Yen shook his head and said to her, Did you see those gazes on you? Shokuha Misaki turned silent. Wu Yen helplessly poked her forehead with his finger, causing her to yelp in pain. He continued, You saw the gazes on you and the words they used to talk about you. Why didn't you notice the gazes on me and the words they used to talk about me? Shokuha Misaki, who was still holding her forehead, was startled. She looked around suspiciously at the gazes on Wu Yen. Then she froze. She saw that the gazes on Wu Yen were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They wanted to kill Wu Yen with their gazes. Compared to the words they said about her, it was obviously much more dangerous. Burn you to death, winner in life, curse you, and so on. Shokuha Misaki slowly turned her head and looked at Wu Yan's helpless and speechless face. She couldn't help but smile. Seeing Shokuha Misaki's smile, the passers-by were also stunned. They couldn't move their eyes away from Shokuha Misaki. Seeing the infatuation in the eyes of the passers-by, Shokuha Misaki's smile became even sweeter. Even Wu Yen, who was always surrounded by flowers, couldn't help but take a few glances at her. See, don't think the worst of everything. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Shokuha Misaki. Shokuha Misaki raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed. Can I understand that you're comforting me? Her tone was very flirtatious, her eyes were very flirtatious, and her actions were very flirtatious. The passers-by looked at Wu Yen with fire in their eyes. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, looking at Shokuhun Misaki's obviously smiling eyes. Wu Yen kept telling himself in his heart, "Don't be angry, don't be angry, it's easy to hurt your body." Under the resentment of the passers-by and Shokuhun Misaki's vengeful smile, Wu Yen couldn't bear it anymore. He reached out his finger and poked it. Shokuhun Misaki quickly covered her forehead. It looked like she was hugging her head and squatting down, very cute. He pulled Shokuhun Misaki's hand and pulled her to his side. Shokuhun Misaki looked at Wu Yen, who was standing next to her. Even she didn't notice that the corner of her mouth had involuntarily pulled up into a smile. The two walked side by side, hand in hand. At this moment, it looked like they were on a date. If the date with Mikoto was filled with love and ripples, then the date with Shokuhun Misaki was filled with sweetness and warmth. At this moment, the two of them were just like a normal couple, going shopping together, eating snacks together, and playing games together. Even Shokuhun Misaki had forgotten that she was dragged here because she couldn't back down. She was completely immersed in this experience that she had never experienced before. Towards the end, the smile on Shokuhun Misaki's face never stopped. Her bell-like laughter kept ringing, attracting the attention of the passers-by. And it seems like a lot of people have noticed Shokuhun Misaki's identity. They looked like they've seen a ghost. In less than an hour, the news of Tokuwadai's Queen, LV5's 5th place, Shokuhun Misaki's date with a strange man, was posted on the internet. Other places don't know, but one thing is for sure, Tokuwadai is known by everyone. Including a certain Babibalai, Kuriko, and a perverted girl, holding the phone, looking at the picture of Wu Yen and Shokuhun Misaki holding hands and eating the same ice cream. A current flowed into the phone, causing it to smoke. The owner of the phone lowered her head with a gloomy expression. "Wanisama." Kuriko's face stiffened. Looking at the volcano in front of her, she couldn't find the words to add insult to injury. Chapter 184. Walking on the street, Wu Yen held a bag in each of his hands. Suddenly he felt a chill on his back, causing him to shiver violently. He looked around in bewilderment as if trying to find the source of the danger. "What's wrong?" Shokuhun Misaki, who was holding Wu Yan's hand, of course felt Wu Yen shiver. She held an ice cream in her hand and looked at Wu Yen in confusion. Wu Yen scratched his head, knocked on his forehead, and exhaled. "Nothing, it's probably an illusion." Shokuhun Misaki rolled her eyes at Wu Yen. "You're being paranoid. Are you still afraid of those subordinates?" Wu Yan's face fell. He bitterly smiled. "Well, who knows how they knew we were here if I didn't run fast enough." Recalling the assortment of weapons in the hands of the supporters of the Queen's faction, even scissors, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "You're right, how did they know we were here?" Shokuhun Misaki frowned. She's good at scheming, subconsciously trying to figure out the answer to these questions. Wu Yen shrugged. He laughed. "Who knows, maybe not just them, maybe the entire Tokuwadai knows we're here for a date." Wu Yen, who casually said this, got a bad premonition. Of course, the premonition came and went as quickly as it came. By the time Wu Yen reacted to it, it was already gone. Puzzled, Wu Yen touched his chest. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He looked at Shokuhun Misaki, who was deep in thought. He reached out and poked her forehead. Shokuhun Misaki, who thought Wu Yen was going to poke her, almost screamed. "Don't think about it, who cares what it is, it's not a life-threatening situation, why think so much?" As he went on, his voice got weaker and weaker. Thinking about the tools in the hands of the girls that could humiliate him 100 times over, his mouth twitched. "No, maybe I should think about it. This is definitely a life-threatening situation." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuhun Misaki couldn't help but laugh. She was amused by Wu Yan's strange confession. Shokuhun Misaki probably didn't know that she smiled more today than she did in her entire life. Of course, excluding the fake smiles she used to deal with others. But after hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuhun Misaki didn't think too much about it. She licked the ice cream in her hand and put it in front of Wu Yan's mouth, to let Wu Yan take a bite. They've done this countless times before. Looking at how intimate they are, if they were to tell others that this is their first meeting, out of 100 people, 100 would not believe it. Maybe, even the people involved wouldn't understand why. Walking on the street, Wu Yan suddenly stopped and looked at a building. His eyes seemed to be fixed on that building. He looked up at the signboard on the building and didn't say anything. What's wrong? Since Wu Yan didn't move, Shokuha Misaki, who was holding his hand, couldn't move either. She followed Wu Yan's line of sight and she froze. You're not thinking of going in, are you? Shokuha Misaki took a deep breath and asked with a smile. Of course, this smile was a bit forced. Wu Yan nodded without hesitation, his eyes almost lit up, his lips curled into a smile that made Shokuha Misaki tremble in fear. Looks pretty good, let's go in and have some fun. Shokuha Misaki looked at Wu Yan speechlessly. She seriously looked at the sign that says indoor swimming pool, her eyes filled with contempt towards Wu Yan. Even if I don't use my ability, I can guess what you're thinking. Shokuha Misaki said. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and smiled. What's wrong with that? I don't even know how long it's been since I last swam. Shokuha Misaki moved her face closer to Wu Yan's and asked suspiciously. Are you sure your real goal is to swim? Wu Yan curled his lips and asked directly. Then are you going or not? I'm going. Shokuha Misaki puffed out her chest. This action undoubtedly made a well-developed part of her body even more dangerous, as if to emphasize it. Sitting on a stool, Wu Yan was wearing a pair of boxer shorts. Looking at the empty pool in front of him, he was speechless. Quoting Jisama's words, I don't want to squeeze in a pool with other men. She actually asked Wu Yan to book the entire swimming pool. Even though Wu Yan still has a lot of gold coins, but to book the entire swimming pool and disturb other people's enjoyment, Wu Yan of course wouldn't do it. But this place is quite big, there are quite a few swimming pools, so Wu Yan booked one of them. Wu Yan anxiously waited. Finally, the door to the changing room was pushed open. Jusama walked out from inside. The moment they came out, Wu Yan started rejoicing over the fact that he managed to book a swimming pool. If other guys were to see such a beautiful sight, I'm sure a lot of guys would break up tonight. Bikini. A very pure set of bikini. And it's leopard print. This leopard print bikini on Jusama, who is at least a grade D, has a beautiful figure, delicate face, long blonde hair and golden starry eyes. It couldn't be more compatible. It even gave Wu Yan the idea that this set of bikini was created just for her. Seeing the admiration in Wu Yan's eyes, Shokuha Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, when they met this morning, Wu Yan only praised her eyes, completely ignoring her charm. Now that Wu Yan is appreciating her beauty again, Shokuha Misaki felt a sense of satisfaction. Of course, it's more like she's secretly happy. Wu Yan seriously looked at Shokuha Misaki, finally fixing his eyes on the pair of big white rabbits in front of her chest. Shokuha Misaki not only didn't feel shy, she even puffed out her chest, her pair of big white rabbits bouncing up and down. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Seeing Wu Yan's expression, Shokuha Misaki charmingly smiled and said in a sweet voice, "Do you want to touch it?" The cold and tender voice made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. He immediately became vigilant. This chick is not that easy to take advantage of. She must be planning to play with me again. Thinking about this, Wu Yan didn't realize that he's already taken advantage of her more than enough. For example, eating the same ice cream as her. What are you up to now? Wu Yan looked at Shokuha Misaki with vigilance. He asked cautiously. His fearful look made Shokuha Misaki smile. In order to prevent Shokuha Misaki from coming up with any ideas, Wu Yan quickly said, "Okay, don't talk so much, let's go swim." After saying that, he directly pulled Shokuha Misaki's hand and walked towards the swimming pool, making Shokuha Misaki's little plan die in her stomach. She had no choice but to give up and be dragged into the water. Wu Yan, who was immersed in playing with the water, didn't know. In fact, while he was having fun, danger has already arrived. At the entrance of the indoor swimming pool, at this time, there are two guests. Both of them are wearing Tokuwadai school uniform. One is a girl with short brown hair. The other is a girl with pink twin ponytails. It's Mikoto and Kuriko. That's right, Yen is here. After closing her eyes and sensing something, Mikoto said with certainty. Her eyes flashed dangerously, her forehead emitted a few sparks of electricity. All these signs are proof that Mikoto's heart is not calm right now. Kuriko, who should be gloating and kicking Mikoto when she's down, is cowering behind Mikoto. Looking at Mikoto's reaction, her body involuntarily trembled. After spending so much time with her sister, how could Kuriko not know that her sister is going to make a big scene today, if she bumps into her? Thinking of the consequences, Kuriko laughed dryly and muttered, "Woo woo." Kuriko doesn't dare to eat One-Isama's whipping this time. Chapter 185. When Mikoto strode into the indoor swimming pool, Wu Yen, who was happily swimming in the pool, suddenly froze and stood up from the pool. Why is she here? Wu Yen was stunned. If Mikoto can sense his electromagnetic field with the same ability, Wu Yen can also sense Mikoto's presence. In Wu Yan's perception, Mikoto is here. What? Why is she here? Shokuha Misaki stopped swimming and looked at Wu Yen in confusion. Who's here? Why do you have such a big reaction? Looking at Shokuha Misaki's starry eyes, Wu Yen felt a headache coming on. If these two meet, it's not going to end well. Seeing Wu Yan's expression, Shokuha Misaki seemed to have understood something. She raised her eyebrows and said, "It can't be." Wu Yen laughed awkwardly. Just as his guilty laughter sounded, a burst of beep 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 sound entered their ears from not far away. Wu Yen froze. Looking at Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki in swimsuits, Mikoto lowered her head. Her bangs covered her eyes, everything above her nose was shrouded in shadow. From time to time, her body would emit sparks of electricity. An aura like a volcano on the verge of eruption rose from her body. Kuriko tilted her body and looked at Wu Yen in the pool at a 45-degree angle. She looked at him with contempt and disdain, as if she was looking at a scum. Listening to the beep 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 sound, Wu Yen really didn't want to look back. But if he really did that, then he might really be a scum. He looked at Mikoto helplessly. Misaka-san, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Wu Yen, who was about to say something, was interrupted by this sweet voice. Before he could react, he felt his arm being hugged tightly. A very soft and comfortable feeling spread through his body. By the time Wu Yen reacted, Shokuha Misaki was already lying on top of him. Wu Yen slapped his forehead and sighed. Shokuha Misaki must be using him to amuse Mikoto. Sure enough, seeing Shokuha Misaki hugging Wu Yan's arm intimately, Mikoto couldn't hold back anymore and exploded. Mikoto's angry voice came out of her mouth. Following that, a bluish-white electric current shot towards the two in the pool in a blink of an eye. Shokuha Misaki didn't seem to be afraid of Mikoto's attack. She seemed to have expected it. She buried her head tightly in Wu Yan's arm, planning to use him as a human shield. Wu Yan jumped in fright. This cis cannon really can generate electricity just like that. There was no warning at all, but Wu Yan could still see that Mikoto's electric current wasn't even half of her full power. But Mikoto seemed to have forgotten that Wu Yan and Shokuha Misaki were in the pool. Wu Yen raised his hand and waved at the electric current that Mikoto shot at him. As if he was summoning something, the electric current accelerated, gathered together, and hit Wu Yan's hand before disappearing. Putting down his raised hand, Wu Yen looked at Mikoto and said helplessly, "I say, Mikoto, I know you're very angry right now, but you need to look at the situation before you lose your temper. Generate electricity. We're in the pool." Mikoto was stunned for a moment before realizing that they were in the pool. She quickly waved her hand. "So sorry." After apologizing, Mikoto was stunned again. "That's not right. She's here to criticize. Why did she have to apologize to the culprit? Still doing things your own way, Misaka-san?" Shoko Misaki raised her head and used a familiar tone to greet Mikoto. But it wasn't hard to hear the provocation in her voice. Mikoto glared at Shokuha Misaki. She knew that if she were to fight with Shokuha Misaki, she wouldn't be able to win even if there were 100 of her. So she ignored Shokuha Misaki and glared at Wu Yen. "Why are you with her?" Mikoto pointed at Shokuho Misaki and shouted at Wu Yen. She invited me. Wu Yan's answer was simple and concise. She invited you? Mikoto glanced at Shokuho Misaki, who was covering her mouth with her hand, and turned to Wu Yen. She narrowed her eyes and her tone turned unpleasant. So you went on a date with her? How did you know? Wu Yen flinched as he looked at Mikoto in surprise. Mikoto raised her tightly clenched fist when she heard him. How did I know? Of course I know. Not just me, the entire Tokuwadai knows that you're going on a date with the fifth. The entire Tokuwadai knows? Not only Wu Yen, even Shokuho Misaki was stunned. They didn't expect that in less than half a day, the entire Tokuwadai knows about their relationship. Yeah, everyone knows. Mikoto forced a smile, but her voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. She looked at Wu Yen with tears in her eyes. Why are you going on a date with this woman? Misaka-sen, how can you say that? Shokuho Misaki hugged Wu Yan's arm and rubbed her face against Wu Yan's hand. Mikoto was furious. Isn't it normal to go on a date with your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Mikoto yelled. She couldn't believe the two hugging each other. Kuriko, who was playing the background role, laughed. That scum actually has a relationship with the person that One-sama hates the most. Now, that scum can't touch One-sama anymore. That's what she thought in her heart. Young lady, touch what? You've already turned black. Seeing Mikoto's dazed expression, Shokuho Misaki laughed happily. But then she felt a sharp pain in her forehead. Wu Yen retracted his hand that was about to poke Shokuho Misaki's forehead and rolled his eyes at her. Can you please do me a favor and stop provoking me? Shokuho Misaki grunted in dissatisfaction and turned her head away. But she didn't say anything else. She seemed to have heard Wu Yan's words. Mikoto, who was familiar with her, was surprised. Well, Mikoto, you know her surname. Don't listen to her nonsense. Today is the first time we met. Wu Yan's explanation didn't make Mikoto feel better. Instead, it made her even angrier. She pointed at Wu Yen. Mikoto was so angry that her body trembled. She stomped her feet on the ground. First time we met and you went on a date. Can't help it? Wu Yen pretended to be wronged. He acted like he was the biggest victim in the world. Instead of admitting his mistake, he blamed Mikoto. Mikoto, you didn't want to go on a date with me. I can only find someone else. You scum want to go on a date with One-sama? Don't even think about it. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kuriko suddenly jumped out and yelled. But before she could finish, Mikoto punched her on the ground. She went silent. Mikoto looked at Wu Yen. Her face was completely red. You know, with Kuriko around, I couldn't find a chance. That's why you can't blame me. Wu Yen said. His ability to twist facts has reached the point of perfection. Mikoto gritted her teeth. She glanced at Shokuho Misaki and then glared at Wu Yen. Even if you wanted to go on a date, you could have gone for Chuju. Even if there's no Chuju, you could have gone for Ikaros or Astria. Shokuho Misaki didn't mind Mikoto's words. Instead, she focused on something else. Chuju? Ikaros? Astria? Who's that? Shokuho Misaki's last sentence was directed at Wu Yen. Obviously, she was asking him. Wu Yen shrugged and looked at Shokuho Misaki. Someone important. Someone very important. Shokuho Misaki didn't ask anymore. She silently memorized the three names. With her means, it's not surprising that she can find out something. Once again, Shokuho Misaki didn't notice that she was starting to pay attention to this stranger she just met today. Chapter 186. Perhaps it's because Wu Yen admitted to Shokuho Misaki that he has a very important person in front of her. Mikoto's angry face calmed down a little. In any case, you need to leave that woman. She's not as simple as you think. You won't even know when she's going to sell you off. Wu Yen of course understands why Mikoto would say that. Indeed, with Shokuho Misaki's ability, if she really wants to sell someone off, the other party might even help her count the money. Mikoto is also reminding Wu Yen. With Shokuho Misaki's methods, she's the one who eats the most. Mikoto has been dealt with by her many times. That's why she hates Shokuho Misaki so much. It's just that it's not Mikoto's personality to speak ill of others in broad daylight. That's why she changed it to not simple. Actually, she's just worried that Wu Yen might be manipulated by her. Of course, Wu Yen won't be manipulated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Shokuha Misaki's invitation to visit her territory despite knowing her background. The main reason is because he has the same ability as Mikoto, immune to Shokuha Misaki's manipulation. That's why he dared to visit her. As the ace of Tokuwadai, Misaka-san's words are really rude. Shokuha Misaki of course knew what Mikoto was trying to imply. After all, she was planning to control Wu Yen to attack Mikoto. That's why she invited Wu Yen to visit her. Mikoto didn't hold back. It's not like this is the first time you've used this method. Isn't this rude? Are you afraid of being scolded? I don't care what you plan to do, Shokuha Misaki. If you dare to hurt the people around me, I won't forgive you. Shokuha Misaki narrowed her starry eyes and looked back at Mikoto without a care. I'm the one who wants to scold you, Misaka-san. Don't you think it's rude to suddenly intrude on someone's date? Mikoto laughed. Her laughter was so sarcastic that it surprised Wu Yen. At the same time, he sighed. Mikoto would never act like this in front of a person. One could imagine how much Mikoto hated Shokuha Misaki. Get involved in your date? Didn't you hear it just now? Yen only went on a date with you because I didn't get to go on a date with him. You're just a backup. Misaka, since you've already said that you didn't get to go on a date with Yen, then please leave. Don't disturb our date, we still have to swim, you. Mikoto clenched her teeth and shouted, I can do it now. So she wanted to go on a date with Yen. The one who should leave is you. Oh, is that so? Shoko Misaki rested her face on Wu Yan's shoulder, rubbing her chest against Wu Yan's as she spoke seductively to Wu Yen. Hey little Yen, what do you say? Let little Xen go on a date with you, what do you think? Wu Yen felt goosebumps all over his body. Even though Shokuha Misaki was speaking so close to him, her warm scent was all over his face, and her body was rubbing against his body, making him feel all kinds of pleasure. But the nickname between little Yen and little Xan is really, don't mess around. Wu Yen glared at her. Even though Shokuha Misaki is very seductive, Mikoto is his rightful partner. If he angered her, he would be in trouble. Unfortunately, Shokuha Misaki seemed determined to fight with Mikoto for this time. Not only did she not listen to Wu Yen, she raised her arms and wrapped them around Wu Yan's neck, pressing her plump breasts against Wu Yan's chest. Little Yen, just say it. Shokuha Misaki's voluptuous body wriggled in front of Wu Yen. She slowly moved her face closer, as if she was going to kiss him in the next second. It was very seductive. Shokuha Misaki's seduction made Wu Yen explode with pleasure, but Mikoto wasn't. Seeing Shokuha Misaki rubbing her chest, from Mikoto's perspective, against Wu Yan's body, Mikoto's temper flared up. She stood by the pool and shouted, "And say it. You want to go on a date with that woman? Or do you want to go on a date with me?" Kuriko, The lump on the ground seemed to be provoked by Mikoto's words. It raised its trembling hand intending to protest, but all it got was a casual kick from Mikoto. It went silent again. Who do you want to go on a date with? Hurry up and choose. Yen, little Yen. X2 looking at the two girls staring at him, Wu Yan's mouth twitched, he couldn't stay calm anymore. With tears streaming down his face, Wu Yen screamed in his heart. What the hell is this? How is this possible? Under the urging of the two girls' demon eyes of death perception, Wu Yan's scalp went numb. He had no choice but to make a choice. If I really want to go on a date, of course I want to go with Mikoto. The two girls reacted differently. Shokuha Misaki gnashed her teeth as if she wasn't willing to give up. As for disappointment, well, I guess she's a bit disappointed. After all, Wu Yen left a mark in her heart. Mikoto, on the other hand, smiled happily, not only because she won against Shokuha Misaki, but also because she didn't misjudge him. In the end, Wu Yen may be a playboy, but he's not the type to abandon women. Shokuha Misaki retracted her hand from Wu Yan's neck and said with dissatisfaction, I didn't expect your taste to be so bad. You'd rather choose that flat-chested girl than me. Mikoto's smile froze. She couldn't help it. Shokuha Misaki's words were too sharp. It hit her where it hurts the most. Wu Yen shrugged and smiled. Well, Mikoto is my woman. Of course I'd choose her. Hearing this, Mikoto's frozen face trembled again. A wave of redness spread from her neck to her entire face, and smoke almost came out. Is that so? Shokuha Misaki paused for a moment, then returned to normal. She felt a little disappointed, but it was only for a moment. Wu Yen nodded calmly, then he laughed a little weirdly. Also, dating with Mikoto, you can do a lot of interesting activities, Yen. How could Mikoto not know what Wu Yen is talking about with that weird laugh and those words that seem to have a deeper meaning? She's experienced it herself. Recalling their last date, the scene at the cinema, Mikoto blushed and stuttered. Her mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't say anything. Shokuha Misaki isn't a simple-minded person, so of course she knew what Wu Yen was referring to. In addition to Mikoto's reaction, Shokuha Misaki was stunned. You guys? Have you already? Shokuha Misaki's meaning was obvious. She was asking if Wu Yen and Mikoto had already done it. No. That's not it. Mikoto took 2 steps back. Smoke was coming out of her head. She glared at Wu Yen, cursing in her heart. This bastard. He actually said it out loud. So embarrassing. Shokuha Misaki looked at Mikoto's red face in disbelief, then looked at Wu Yen. A thick sense of jealousy rose from her heart. She still remembers how Wu Yen stood up for Misaka Mikoto in front of her, claiming that Mikoto wouldn't participate in her game, saying that her stage isn't here. She still remembers how everyone used to hate her eyes, seeing her as a monster, but from Wu Yan's mouth, they became a pair of beautiful eyes. She still remembers how Wu Yen helped her to correct her point of view towards the people who gave her pointers. He also helped her to correct her point of view. She still remembers holding hands with Wu Yen, eating the same ice cream with Wu Yen, laughing together, playing together. Today, for Shokuha Misaki, is no doubt different, but the person who made all of this happen is the other half of Mikoto, the person she thought was her rival. Really, all the beautiful things will leave me. While thinking so, Shokuha Misaki looked at the flustered Mikoto with a flushed face. She gritted her teeth and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Such a bland taste, yet you like this body. Am I not as good as her? Chapter 187. On the way back to Tokuwadai, Wu Yen looked at the 2 girls who completely occupied his arms and hugged him tightly. He sighed as if he had a headache. One of his arms was being held by Mikoto. One side of her face was red as she glared at Wu Yan's other arm. As for the other side, he was being held by Shokuha Misaki. Compared to Mikoto, who was glaring at him and blushing, Shokuha Misaki's expression was filled with sweetness. She had a smile on her face as she rested her head on Wu Yan's shoulder. She looked very happy, but Wu Yan knew that there was a 99% chance that she was faking it. Feeling the soft bodies of the 2 girls while enduring the stares of the passers-by, Wu Yan's current situation proved that he was in pain but happy at the same time. As for who he's going on a date with, in the end, it's just a matter of course. Although he really wants to go on another passionate date with Mikoto, he's still dating Shokuha Misaki. How can he just abandon a girl he just went on a date with and go on a date with another girl? How can he do that? In the end, the date was gone and the swimming plan was ruined. Of course, Wu Yen was satisfied. After all, his desire to see Jusama in a swimsuit was fulfilled. It's just that, for some reason, Jusama kept using him as a public display of affection in front of Mikoto. It's as if she's trying to steal Mikoto's love away from her. Wu Yen is both speechless and enjoying it at the same time. However, he had to admit that Her Majesty Queen's plan was very successful. Just look at Sis Cannon's performance. Normally, Mikoto would at most hold his hand in public. She would never wrap her arms around his hand intimately. Of course, the one who benefited in the end was still Wu Yen. Alright, we're here. Hurry up and let go. Seeing the Tokuwadai dormitory appear in front of them, Wu Yen helplessly said to the 2 girls who were still in a confrontation. Along the way, Wu Yan's hands were almost numb. Mikoto wanted to let go of Shokuha Misaki's hand, but when she saw that Shokuha Misaki didn't let go, she stopped and shouted at Shokuha Misaki, "Hey, did you not hear? Let go of me." Not only did Shokuha Misaki not let go, she hugged him even tighter, causing Wu Yan's hand to sink into her pair of plump breasts. "Misaka classmate, Xiao Yan also told you to let go, so hurry up and let go." "Let go first," Mikoto said childishly. Childishly was a good way to describe her. At this point in time, there was no need to argue about who should let go first. At least Wu Yan felt that she was too weak. "Since Misaka classmate doesn't want to let go, then I don't mind either," Shokuha Misaki said with a "I got lucky" expression. "Actually, the one who got lucky is the one you hugged tighter and tighter." Looking at the shameless Shokuha Misaki, Mikoto felt as if a blue and white electric current flashed across her forehead. She also tightened her arms and shouted, "Hugging someone else's boyfriend's hand, don't you have any sense of shame? Is Misaka classmate declaring your sovereignty?" Shokuha Misaki giggled, she pointed out. "You were the one who told your boyfriend to go on dates with Hinajiku, Ikaros, Astria, and so on. So she still remembers that." Mikoto was also shocked, her expression changed, she fidgeted for a while and then stomped her feet. They're different." "What's different?" Seeing that Mikoto didn't want to reveal any information about the three girls, Shokuha Misaki's eyes flashed with disappointment. She smiled and said, "Since Misaka classmate allows your boyfriend to go on dates with other girls, then it's the same with me." "It's not the same." "Then what's the difference?" Mikoto started stammering. In the end, she could only yell out, "Anyway, it's different. Let go of me." "No! Hurry up and let go." "I'm not letting go." Seeing the two beauties bickering with each other, and the reason is because of him, Wu Yan felt a wave of pleasure in his heart, but soon his mouth started twitching. Didn't they notice that the noise below their dorm is getting a little loud? What Mikoto and Shokuha Misaki didn't notice is that the windows on every floor of Tokuwadai's dorm are already open. Countless girls in Tokuwadai's school uniform are crowding around the windows, looking down at Mikoto and Shokuha Misaki, who are intimately hugging the same guy and arguing loudly about something. They all looked like they saw a ghost, their eyes wide open. "Am I seeing things?" One of the girls from Tokuwadai rubbed her eyes. As if trying to dispel the illusion in front of her, she rubbed her eyes with all her might. "I think I'm seeing things." Another girl standing next to her said calmly, "She's different from the girl who tried to dispel the illusion. She's convinced that everything in front of her is an illusion. Of course, it's not just them." The other girls from Tokuwadai also reacted from the series of events. They all looked at each other in disbelief. "Isn't that Misaka-sama and Shokuha-sama?" "Yeah, what are they doing?" "Seems like they're fighting over who should let go of that guy first." "That's impossible." "Misaka-sama, Shoko-sama are hugging the same guy. This can't be real." "Who's that guy? Could it be the second or first among the LV5 players? He actually managed to win the hearts of our Tokuwadai's Electric Princess and Shokuha Queen." As more and more people started discussing, the voices got louder and louder. Gradually, the whispers turned into loud noises, echoing throughout the entire Tokuwadai dormitory. It also rang in the ears of the two girls who were arguing. The discussion got louder and louder until it reached the ears of the two girls. The two girls' argument got quieter and quieter until it was negligible. When they turned to look at the direction of the dormitory, the two girls froze at the same time. After regaining her senses, Mikoto reflexively let go of Wu Yan's hand. Shokuha Misaki, on the other hand, regained her composure after seeing the scene in Tokuwadai dormitory. She openly hugged Wu Yan's hand. After seeing Mikoto let go, she showed a victorious smile. Mikoto gritted her teeth. Listening to the discussion, her face started to redden. In the end, she gave up and shouted, "Let go!" This time, Shokuha Misaki was obedient. She naturally let go of Wu Yan's hand. Her calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the flustered Mikoto. This made Wu Yan sigh. But soon, his expression started to become unnatural. If that guy can win the hearts of Misaka-sama and Shokuha-sama, what right does he have? That's right, That's right, he's not handsome, and he doesn't look like he's LVL5. I really don't know why the two girls are arguing over him. I think he used despicable means to win their hearts. Many men are like this, even in TV dramas. Then aren't Misaka-sama and Shoko-sama in danger? We have to save Misaka-sama and Shoko-sama. We have to destroy that bastard. Yes. We have to come up with a plan. We have to do it secretly. The more Wu Yen listened, the more cold sweat poured down his back. Seeing the Tokuwadai girls about to rush down, he quickly said to the two girls, "Since you're here, I'll take my leave first, that's all." Without waiting for the two girls to reply, he left a trail of smoke behind him and disappeared without a trace. The two girls froze for a bit before they came to their senses. They looked at each other before Mikoto snorted and left. Shoko Misaki stood there looking at Wu Yan's back as he left. Then, she looked at Mikoto, who just entered the dormitory. Her lips curled into a smile as she mumbled to herself, "We'll meet again." On the other side, by the pool of an indoor swimming pool, a certain black and white ponytailed girl was lying on the ground, her eyes rolled back, her body twitched from time to time. She didn't struggle for a long time, she had been completely forgotten by them. Chapter 188. Without using his strength, Wu Yen ran as fast as he could and left the Tokuwadai dormitory that was no different from hell to him now. Until he could no longer see a corner of the Tokuwadai dormitory, Wu Yen slowly stopped running and looked back. After confirming that no one was chasing him, Wu Yen sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. When he saw Super Cannon and Majin before, Wu Yen thought that the girls in Tokuwadai should be the kind of girls from rich families. After all, during the summer season, the Tokuwadai girls who dressed up as maids were all as soft as water. After today, Wu Yen will no longer think so. The girls in Tokuwadai are not water, they are clearly wolves and tigers. Recalling Shokuha Misaki's support team and the dangerous words of the girls in the Tokuwadai dormitory, Wu Yan's body trembled. He swore that if there is no reason, he will never go there again. It seems that the only girls in Tokuwadai are probably those two who follow after marriage, Fufu Wanbin and Wan Ai Shirbao. Thinking of this, Wu Yen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he walked in the direction of his home, but soon his footsteps paused. Of course, it was only for a moment, and then he stepped out unnoticed and walked back home as if nothing happened. With his hands behind his head, Wu Yen casually moved his feet. If one were to look closely, they would notice that Wu Yen is purposely avoiding places with a lot of people. He's trying his best to go to places with less people. With Wu Yan's deliberate actions, the surrounding pedestrians became fewer and fewer. In the end, there were not many pedestrians around. At this time, in the corner behind Wu Yen, two people wearing black suits and sunglasses, dressed like gangsters, quickly caught up with Wu Yen and stood in front of him, blocking his way. Seeing these two people, Wu Yen took 2 steps back with a little fear on his face, but he pretended to be calm and said, "What are you doing? Robbing? Sorry, I don't have money." The two people in black suits looked at each other, then nodded. One of them took a few steps forward and said to Wu Yen in a low voice, "Someone wants to see you, can you come with us?" Although it sounded like he was asking for Wu Yan's opinion, looking at his tough face and the other person's hand that had already reached into his clothes, they were going to use force. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, then returned to normal. He looked at the two people in black suits with fear and said timidly, If someone wants to see me, wouldn't they come directly to me?" Unfortunately, these two people in black seemed like they didn't intend to talk to Wu Yen. They directly reached out their hands and planned to take Wu Yen. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed a cold light. He clenched his hands slightly, and a trace of electric current flowed slightly between his 2 fingers. It was so small that there was no sound or light. But soon, Wu Yen was stunned again. The electric current on his fingers was pinched out by him and disappeared. "Wait a minute." A sudden voice sounded behind Wu Yen, but it made the two people in black suits obediently stop their movements. Wu Yen quickly pretended to be panicked and turned his head to look. A middle-aged man in a white coat, who looked like a doctor and a scholar, stood not far from Wu Yen and others. He had a pair of glasses on his face, and he looked like a refined scum. Wu Yen wanted to punch him. However, Wu Yen still pretended to be panicked and looked at him calmly. The middle-aged man seemed to be very satisfied with Wu Yan's expression. He pushed the glasses on his face and said with a smile, "How can you be so rude to our important guests?" Although Wu Yen wanted to say that they were the ones who looked for him, but looking at that incomparably annoying face, Wu Yen really couldn't raise such a thought. He could only pretend again. "Who are you? Don't be nervous, young man." The middle-aged man smiled at Wu Yen in a friendly manner. Of course, this friendliness was what he thought. Then he slowly walked towards Wu Yen and waved to the two people in black suits. They retreated and looked around vigilantly. "You haven't answered my question yet. Who are you? And why are you looking for me?" Wu Yen looked at the middle-aged man with an expression of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. His voice trembled a little as he asked. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled mysteriously and said earnestly, "Young man, who are we? It's better if you don't know. You should know that knowing too much is not a good thing." Listening to the middle-aged man's mysterious tone, Wu Yan's heart trembled. He couldn't help but directly cut down the middle-aged man with a sword. Who are you trying to fool by pretending to be like this? This was what Wu Yen, who was now planning to become the best actor, was thinking in his heart. The middle-aged man patted Wu Yan's shoulder and said to Wu Yen in a kind tone, "So, you'd better not ask who we are. However, we can answer your other question." After that, the middle-aged man laughed and said to Wu Yen, "We came to find you because we need your help with something." "Help?" Wu Yen was stunned. This time, it wasn't an act. He was really stunned. He really couldn't think of anything to help this guy who wasn't close to his uncle and grandmother. "Yes." The middle-aged man glanced at Wu Yen and then turned to look behind him. "Young man, we've observed you. From the looks of it, you seem to be very familiar with Tokuwadai's trump card, Railgun Misaka Mikoto." Wu Yan's pupils constricted as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. A murderous glint flashed across his eyes. Realizing that things weren't as simple as they seemed, Wu Yen quickly lowered his head to hide the look in his eyes. When the middle-aged man said this, Wu Yen had a pretty good idea as to why he came looking for him. In the middle-aged man's eyes, Wu Yan's reaction was probably due to the fact that his whereabouts were known to others. After all, this guy in front of him was just a thug. "Young man, don't be afraid. We won't do anything to you," the middle-aged man said with a smile, as if he already had victory in his hands. "As long as you do us a small favor, it'll be fine." In other words, if he doesn't help, he doesn't know what will happen to him. Help? What favor? Wu Yan's face was filled with a, "I'm scared, come and bully me" look. The middle-aged man heard Wu Yan's words and smiled. He took out a syringe and handed it to Wu Yen. "You seem to be very familiar with number 3, even close. This favor won't be too hard for you. You just have to help us draw some of number 3's blood. How about that?" As expected. "Really? Just that? You won't make things difficult for me?" Wu Yen hesitated. Of course, the other meaning was that he was tempted. Seeing this, the middle-aged man smiled. "Of course. As long as you help us, not only will we not make things difficult for you, we'll even give you enough money to live on for the rest of your life." The middle-aged man took out a piece of paper and handed it to Wu Yen along with the syringe. "After you complete the task, call this number and contact us. When the time comes, someone will come and collect the items and give you the money you want." After Wu Yen took it, the middle-aged man pushed his glasses and smiled. "Then, I wish us a happy cooperation." He didn't wait for Wu Yan's reply before he walked away on his own, bringing the two men in black with him. Until they disappeared from his sight, Wu Yan's expression completely disappeared. He looked at the syringe in his hand and with a burst of electricity, he blasted the syringe into ashes. "If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to buy more time, I would have killed that guy with my sword," Wu Yen said with regret. To be honest, he was disgusted. With a sigh, Wu Yen looked towards the direction of Tokuwadai. "Looks like Alistair is planning to make a move on Mikoto." Before that, I hope the matter with my sisters can be resolved. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.